very excited to be here and to start this May meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We will call the meeting to order and begin with a roll call, please.
Commissioner Escalante? No. Commissioner Hart?
Here.
Commissioner Jackson?
Present.
Commissioner Kelly?
Here.
Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Lowenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Nothoff?
Here.
Commissioner Preciado? Here yet. Commissioner Williams?
Here.
Commissioner Wilson?
Present.
Chair Harmon?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we will move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the Cal-Span website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission's staff table just outside of the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great, thank you very much. And now we will go over to Mr. Hudson for agenda changes, please.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Harmon, Vice Chair Hart, and Commissioners. The changes for today's agenda are as follows. Item 7B is postponed. That's the Tomczac CDP application in Newport Beach. Item 11A, the University of California at Santa Barbara Long Range Development Plan amendment for the East Campus Housing Project is moved to consent. Item 12A, this is the related notice of impending development for the UCSB East Campus Housing Project, is moved to consent. Item 14A, the City of Ventura CDP application, and item 14B, the related City of Ventura CDP application, are moved to consent. And item 18A, the Burcher CDP application out of Newport Beach, is moved to consent. That concludes the changes to today's agenda. So that brings us to item 4, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we're so grateful to hear from the public, and as I'd like to remind everyone every month when we turn to general public comment, please keep your comments related to matters that pertain to the Coastal Act and are relevant to us on this body. With that, we're very excited to hear from you, and we will turn it over to the team.
For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. For each speaker, each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. First up, we have Joseph Holscher, Arshayan Desai, and Teal Green.
Could you press the button?
Good morning. My name is Joseph Holscher. I'm a student at Pacific Christian High School, a varsity surfer, and a co-founder of Surfers Who Serve. Surfers Who Serve is a student-led organization that empowers young surfers to create positive change through community service, environmental stewardship, and leadership by using our passion for surfing to support our communities and protect our oceans. I've been surfing the Santa Monica Bay since I was 5 years old. Between myself and the two friends here with me today, we have spent a combined 2 decades in the water. The ocean is not just a hobby for us. It's not just an Instagram photo. It's our community, our outlet, and honestly, our way of processing everything this generation deals with. Surfing teaches you presence in a way almost nothing does. When a set is breaking, you're completely in the moment. For teenagers growing up in a world that constantly demands something from us, that kind of clarity is rare. It keeps us grounded, gives us confidence, and shapes who we are. To us, the ocean is home. When the fires destroyed my hometown of Pacific Palisades, it changed the way I look at our coastline and our responsibility to protect it. My generation has already watched communities and ecosystems disappear, and we cannot allow the beaches that define Southern California to become another casualty of that devastation. That's why I'm here today, to support the California Coastal Act and stand with the California Coastal Commission to oppose AB 1740. Because our coastline deserves long-term protection, not short-term decisions that could permanently damage it. At Surfers Who Serve, we believe young people are ready to help and lead right now. We've already spoken at Santa Monica City Hall about student-led beach cleanups, collecting pollution data, and partnering with businesses on Adopt a Storm Drain programs, and using social media and AI technology to help our beaches. We are building our futures around protecting the ocean. The ocean is not just somewhere we spend our time, it is a part of who we are and where we see our futures. We want future generations to be able to experience that same connection with these beaches and waters we had growing up. And if we truly want to create strong future leaders, young people need a voice in these conversations now. We are not just the next generation waiting in the background. We are ready to contribute ideas, energy, and solutions today. The ocean has shaped my generation in so many ways. Now it's our responsibility to stand up and protect it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Arshayan Desai, Teal Green, and then Anjani Desai.
Morning. My name is Arshayan Desai. I'm a student at Brentwood High School and founder of the Blue Goal Initiative that inspires sustainability through soccer, surfing, and conservation. I'm also co-president of my school's Surf Rider Club, where we bring students together through surfing, ocean stewardship, and positive well-being. I want to tell you all what we are seeing in the water. Bacterial advisories now appear even on warm, sunny days with no rain. After the Palisades fire, hundreds of destroyed properties sat along the Malibu coast for months, with ash and debris washing into the ocean. Since then, we have had to check ocean health advisories like the weather just to go in. Last March, we witnessed one of the worst toxic algae blooms devastate this coastline. Tons of marine wildlife washed ashore on Santa Monica beaches. We saw contamination warnings, beach closures, and marine ecosystems overwhelmed by ash, chemical, and debris. We have been able to link these blooms to warming temperatures, pollution, and environmental imbalance, and they're becoming more severe. Excess nutrients from fertilizers and untreated wastewater fuel these outbreaks, while concrete surfaces have replaced the wetlands and green spaces that once naturally filtered runoff before it reached the ocean. Last year, we asked Santa Monica City Council to partner with us on green infrastructure near the beaches, including rain gardens, bioswales, and permeable pavements to reduce runoff and filter pollution. But AB 1740 moves in the opposite direction by allowing more development and more impermeable surfaces without coastal act protections. The ocean is not just scenery and recreation. It is our identity, our health. It is healing and connection. It is where our community goes to celebrate, to breathe, and to feel grounded. We ask this commission to oppose AB 1740 and stand for stronger environmental protections and a healthier future for our coastlines, our communities, and the generations that depend on them. Thank you.
Next up, we have Teal Green, Anjini Desai, and Kelly Holscher.
My name is Teal Green. I'm a student at Pacifica Christian High School. Last July, the three of us organized a group of students and surfers and went before the Santa Monica City Council. We did not go to complain, we offered solutions. We said we were willing to participate in restoration, education, and advocacy. We asked for stronger protections, more resources, and real environmental leadership. Stronger, not weaker. That is why it is genuinely so hard to understand Santa Monica co-sponsoring AB 1740. This city has long prided itself on being one of the most environmentally conscious in California. Leading the effort to undermine the Coastal Act is not that legacy. If this bill moves forward, that will be what the city of Santa Monica is remembered for along this coastline. The Coastal Act turns 50 this year. That is not a ceremonial milestone. It represents a generation of Californians who looked at what was happening to this coast and decided it was worth protecting for. Not just for private interest or short-term development. That decision shaped the coastline we inherited, it shaped the surf breaks we paddle out to, and it is the reason we get to go to the water at all. We are not experts in every provision of AB 1740, but we understand enough to know that weakening this commission's authority does not serve coastal communities, marine ecosystems, or our generation. The answer to a stressed coastline is not fewer protections, it is a stronger enforcement, real investment in restoration and accountability. We grew up in this ocean. We want our children to have the same opportunity. Our ask before you here today is for the Coastal Commission to put forth every effort in opposing AB 1740. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anjini Desai, Kelly Holscher, and Ashley Olson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anjini Desai, and I'm here today in strong opposition to AB 1740. For my family, environmental stewardship is not a slogan or a political talking point. It is how we live our lives every single day. My husband and I have raised our 3 children to not only care deeply about the ocean and our coastline, but to take action to protect them. My son Arshayan founded the Blue Goal Initiative, focused on action through soccer, surfing, and conservation, leading the change towards sustainability. He believes in providing opportunities to youth and building a generation of young leaders ready to protect our blue planet. My daughter Ayana chose to study environmental science in college and completed a fellowship in climate resilience. She's an environmental climate scientist working in Conservation and Development Commission. Our family spends countless hours volunteering, organizing cleanups, advocating for marine protection, and participating in our conservation efforts throughout our community. My daughter has spent time underwater as an avid scientific scuba diver and underwater videographer. She has seen firsthand the beauty and the fragility of our marine ecosystems. She has watched habitats change, documenting biodiversity that many people will never ever have the privilege to see with their own eyes. Our coast is not something we can afford to gamble with. What concerns me most about AB 1740 is that it moves in the wrong direction at a time when California should be a leader, strengthening coastal protections and not weakening them. When these ecosystems are harmed, communities are harmed with them. Coastal Act exists because past generations understood that once our coast is damaged, it's incredibly difficult, almost impossible to restore. These protections were in place to safeguard public access, marine ecosystems, water quality, and wildlife habitat, and the natural heritage that belongs to all Californians, not just today, but for future generations. This is about responsibility. Responsibility for future generations, responsibility to frontline communities, responsibility to the ecosystems that cannot speak for themselves. My family deeply believes in action over words. We teach our children, if you love something, you protect it. If you benefit from nature, you become a steward of it and leave a place better than you found it. I urge you to strongly reject AB 1740 and continue upholding the strong coastal protections that make California a global leader in environmental preservation. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Kelly Holscher, Ashley Olson, and Eric Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Holscher, and I'm here today as a mother of 5 children who have all grown up along the Santa Monica Bay. My kids are surfers, paddleboarders, swimmers, true water enthusiasts. The beaches of the Santa Monica are where my family has spent so much of our lives together. From surf camps to junior guards, to paddleboarding, surfing, boogie boarding, and watching the sunsets, these beaches have shaped our children's childhoods, and that some of our best family memories have been spent there. I also want to be honest with you that I have not always been a huge fan of the California Coastal Commission. When we built our family home in 2016 in Pacific Palisades, we experienced firsthand how frustrating and time-consuming the process can be. Even though our home was more than 2.5 miles away from the coast, we still had to navigate layers of approvals, waivers, and felt overly bureaucratic. But after watching the fires that destroyed my hometown of Pacific Palisades, where most of our friends and our children's friends have lost their homes, where our church and our grocery stores are gone, and where so much of our community disappeared overnight, I've come to better understand why the Coastal Act matters. Regulations can feel frustrating, but there are moments when protections matter deeply, and this is one of those times. I believe there has to be balance. We have to streamline the approval process so our families can rebuild their homes and their lives without years of delay. But we also need legislation that protects our coastline so that our children and someday their children can continue benefiting from the gift that is the Santa Monica Bay. What I see now is a generation of young people deeply connected to nature. My son Joseph and the students involved in Surfers Who Serve are stepping up with solutions and ideas. They want to organize beach cleanups and explore environmental technologies, collect pollution data, and advocate for the health of the oceans and beaches. They are becoming advocates and taking the time to show up and let their voices be heard. So instead of telling young people what to do, we should also listen to their ideas, especially when we are making decisions about the environment they will inherit long after we're all gone. That's why I'm here today in support of the Coastal Act and in great opposition to AB 1740. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ashley Olson, followed by Eric Johnson, and then Scott Garvey.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley Olson. I am a commissioner for sustainability, environmental justice, and the environment, and the former chair of Clean Oceans and Beaches Measure V committee for the city of Santa Monica. I also founded the Coastal Alliance, an organization that advocates for coastal protections. I'm here today to also ask that the Coastal Commission fight AB 1740 with all your resources. I also want to tell you that the community in Santa Monica is very upset about 1740, the lack of public input, the surprise of finding out that our city has co-sponsored this bill, and the nature and how we found out about it. Many neighborhood organizations and community organizations have held emergency meetings to take a position on 1740. Northeast Neighbors, North of Montana Association, Wilmot, Friends of Sunset Park, Santa Monica Neighbors, and even the Santa Monica Democratic Club Legislative Committee had a hearing and all voted to oppose, well, overwhelmingly to oppose 1740. It has become very controversial in our city, and right now we are trying to make sure that our elected leaders hear us and hear our voices, because it hasn't seemed to matter thus far. I understand that the city has re-engaged with the Coastal Commission for their LCP, which I'm very happy to hear, but they're not being transparent about what the hiccups were before and why the application was pulled in 2020. I am very curious to know where the disagreements lie, and I want to point out that 1740 is a dangerous proposition for our city, as the resident sentiment overwhelmingly opposes it. I understand amendments are on the table and being discussed, but if 1740 passes, local control is given to our council, who are endorsed by Abundant Housing and Streets for All and contribute to their campaigns. Many in our community are extremely concerned with our council having authority and how it is transferred to them. Santa Monica claims to be the pride of coastal stewardship, but as a co-sponsor, the city will leave a legacy by setting a precedent and weakening the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Next up, we have Eric Johnson, Scott Garvey, Maura O'Neill.
Good morning, and welcome to San Pedro. We're so proud to have you here, and my name's Eric Johnson. I'm the Senior Project Executive at West Harbor, a retail 42-acre waterfront retail dining and entertainment project that really delivers on the Coastal Commission's mandates around public access. We're all about bringing people to the water. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to particularly thank Ray Jackson for taking me up on my offer to tour the commission and staff around the project and show you how the Coastal Act in action in creating an environment that connects us with the ocean, with our precious coastline, and will serve to expose it and preserve it, I know, for years to come. I also appreciate Jamie Lee here, who was on the Harbor Commission when we were selected 14 years ago. 14 years ago, let that ring out, on a very complex but worthwhile project, and without the support and faith of the local community. This project was created through a sustained public-private partnership between the city and Port of Los Angeles, our private development entity, the Coastal Commission, state lands. We're really a great success story that I think should be told around how the private sector and public sector can team up and achieve great things. And I also appreciate Ray wanting to show a little clip that we have about our project, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Cue the clip.
When my brother and I were kids, we used to ride our bikes down to San Pedro, into a place full of ships, cranes, noise, a real working port. For decades, this waterfront was one of the most important in the world. It was hidden from sight. It powered the global economy. It moved goods across the planet. But it wasn't a place you could truly experience. And then appeared the old ports of call, a unique attraction whisking you off to faraway lands with lots of fun things to do. It felt like magic. There was energy, there was movement, there was a sense that something important was happening. And even if we didn't fully understand it yet. And you know what? That always stayed with us. Over time, the magic along with the paint faded and the energy dissipated. So when we had the opportunity to help reimagine this waterfront, we didn't just see it as a development opportunity. We saw a chance to connect people to the water, bring back the old magic to this very special place. Because West Harbor isn't just a project. It's a reconnection, it's a rebirth. It's about bringing people back to the sea and bringing the sea back to people's lives. And that's why being here today matters so much. Right here at Altasea, we're building the future. Blue technology, ocean science, workforce, pathways, and climate solutions. But for that future to take hold, people need to see it. They need to feel it. They need to understand why it matters. We're creating a place where the blue economy is no longer abstract. It's visible. It's tangible. It's part of everyday life. That's where West Harbor comes in. Where a family might come for a meal, watch ships move down the channel, see marine life off in the distance, and walk away with a deeper connection to the ocean. Where thousands of people can gather by the water for a concert, a World Cup match, or a shared moment, and realize that this waterfront is more than infrastructure. It's identity, it's opportunity, it's the future of Los Angeles. If we're serious about building the workforce ecosystems of tomorrow, we also have to build the places where these people connect to that future. Places that inspire curiosity, places that inspire participation, places that make the ocean part of everyday life. That's what we're building at West Harbor, and we're just getting started.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Scott Garvey, Maura O'Neill, Thelmy Alvarez.
Protecting Ballona wetlands. Good morning, commissioners. I'm here today to sound the alarm on a betrayal of the public trust occurring at the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve. For years, the freshwater marsh, originally created as a drainage and flood control component for the Playa Vista development, has been used to systematically divert and throw away Ballona's life-giving fresh water. Playa Vista's own correspondence acknowledges that this system was built to support their project's development. However, current management is causing continuous detriment to wetland hydrology. Instead of nourishing the wetlands and underlying aquifers, precious fresh water is being diverted into the Ballona Channel and literally thrown away into the ocean or the sanitary sewer. This is not just our opinion. In 2014, this commission's own enforcement staff stated that draining Ballona is a continuous detriment to the habitat. In 2017, your lead of enforcement, Lisa Haig, stated clearly, quote, "Draining a wetland is about the most amazing violation you could have. Putting a drain in a wetland is exactly the opposite of anything you do. Yet this violation continues every single year." We're also seeing a dangerous lack of accountability. In ex-parte communications, the Department of Fish and Wildlife claimed they have no management authority over the spillway or runoff. This directly contradicts Playa Vista's own statements that the system is governed by a CDFW stream bed alteration agreement. This disjointed oversight allows Playa Vista to prioritize flood control for their build-out at the direct expense of protecting the ecological reserve. We're asking the commission to enforce your own stated position that draining this wetland is a violation, support the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and Ballona as a groundwater dependent ecosystem, order that fresh water and remediated groundwater be conveyed into the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, not wasted into the sea, end the conflicted oversight that allows private development instead to gift themselves public water resources while the habitat suffers. Ballona's fresh water is its heritage. Please stop the drain. Thank you.
Next up, Maura O'Neill, Thelmy Alvarez, Lydia Ponce.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Maura O'Neill. I work for Better Neighbors LA as a policy analyst. We're a coalition of hosts, tenants, and housing activists who research the short-term rental industry, seeking to preserve long-term housing. And we believe true home sharing and hosted-only rentals is the best way to balance affordable access to the coast for residents and for visitors. Earlier this year, we released a report that provides data backing up some of the major concerns we have when balancing housing preservation and access in coastal California. The data analyzed in the report demonstrates that short-term rentals can increase rents and affect the housing markets, particularly in areas with a higher concentration of short-term rentals like the coastal zone. Compared to inland neighborhoods, short-term rentals take up 5 to 11 times more of the housing stock in the coastal zone and in areas surrounding the coastal zone. The report also finds that less than 10% of unhosted coastal short-term rentals qualify as low cost, according to criteria that the Coastal Commission itself has used in the past. Hosted short-term rentals tend to be more affordable than unhosted short-term rentals, but about only 5% of short-term rentals in the coastal zone are hosted. These findings point to the fact that short-term rentals impact housing costs while providing little low-cost lodging in return. Regulations can bring down housing costs, especially in areas with high concentration of short-term rentals, like the coastal zone. We urge the Commission to keep this in mind when making decisions regarding short-term rental regulations in the future. Thank you.
Next up, we have Thelmy Alvarez, Lydia Ponce, Jim Holtz.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Thelmy Alvarez. I'm Acting Director of Better Neighbors Los Angeles, a coalition of tenants, housing advocates, and community members committed to protecting long-term housing by curbing illegal short-term rental activity. We're so pleased to be able to speak to you in person today. Along the California coast, Better Neighbors advocates advancing hosted-only short-term rental policies as the most effective way to balance coastal access and visitor-serving accommodations for all Californians. Your environmental justice policy clearly states that equity is at the heart of the Coastal Act. That principle matters here. Unhosted short-term rentals accelerate the loss of long-term housing, invite speculative conversion of coastal homes, and destabilize the working-class immigrant and multi-generational communities who have historically been excluded from coastal decision-making and who already face disproportionate housing pressures. Hosted-only short-term rentals, by contrast, preserve neighborhood stability while still supporting responsible visitor access. They keep the resident on site, reduce nuisance impacts, and prevent the unchecked conversion of scarce coastal housing into de facto hotels. I urge this commission to continue applying its environmental justice lens and to prioritize coastal equity, community stability, and housing preservation by supporting hosted-only short-term rental policies. Thank you so much.
Next up, Lydia Ponce, Jim Holtz, and then we'll move to our Zoom participants.
Good morning, relatives. Lydia Ponce, Quechua and Mayo, Scottish. And my history of the love of the ocean has to do with San Diego, La Jolla, San Pedro, and definitely Venice Beach, because that's where I spent a lot of my time. I grew up in Pedro. And I stand before you to say that I am so willing to defend, protect, and honor the Coastal Act with every ounce of my being, because I want the 7 generations forward to know the joy and the freedom and the beauty of the ocean and the medicine that salt air is and the sand between the toes. Because I can just say that I'm an indigenous salty human, stand before you to say that we met with on a Zoom with the national parks people, and it kind of fell upon our heads last minute. It wasn't really a great notification to the community, Venice or otherwise. It was basically SoCal. And much to my surprise, there were no indigenous people there, so I let them have it. Because we are the environmental justice policy for the state of California. Am I in no way pretending that I know what the heck they're doing? Because to me, it sounds like a land grab, because they say that they want the public land for the entire coast, and I call BS. And I said so much as that. So I would like to see us get on our feet and have a rally cry of 7 generations forward. I think I'm very qualified to speak on things of how it once was, where grunion were running over my feet and it was just everywhere, and now it's just 1 or 2 sparse when we have grunion runs. So with the joy in my heart as a grandma, I'll be taking a hiatus from California. I'll be in Texas. My 3rd granddaughter needs a 2nd surgery, so prayers for Bonnie. And my heart goes out to every single one of you to put our collective consciousness and put our love and our pride forward to those 7 generations, everyone's 7 generations. Thank you.
Next up is Jim Holtz, and then we'll be moving to our first 3 Zoom speakers, who are Adam Leverins, Bonnie Ernst, and Jennifer Creston. Mr. Holtz.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jim Holtz. I own a home in Hermosa Beach Coastal Zone for the past 29 years. Last March, a Superior Court ruling reinforced the coast.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you move the mic up so it's actually, there we go.
Okay, sorry. But you heard what I said so far, right? Okay. Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jim Holtz. I own a home in Hermosa Beach Coastal Zone for the past 29 years. Last March, Superior Court ruling reinforced the Coastal Commission Coastal Act authority. In 2016, Hermosa Beach adopted and strictly enforced a blanket residential SCR ban without a CDP or Coastal Commission approval. The city did so one day after the Deputy Director, Steve Hudson, warned in writing that the ban constituted development, diminished visitor serving accommodations, and required commission review. Last March, a Los Angeles Superior Court judge ruled the ban unenforceable for that very reason. This matters because Hermosa has a very few coastal zone hotels, only one on the Strand, and almost none with family-style lodging with kitchens. Whole home SCRs commonly serve families visiting for volleyball and surf camps, beach recreation, and coastal access. In my experience, families are by far the most common guests for short-term rentals. Having a hosted-only regulation, as suggested by the hotel unions that you just heard, Better Homes Los Angeles, will act as a de facto ban for families wanting to stay at the coast together under one roof. Please urge Hermosa Beach to proceed quickly for a CDP that will have reasonable regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be moving to our Zoom participants. We have 17 people to speak, starting with Adam Leverins, Bonnie Ernst, and Jennifer Creston. Adam Leverins, please go ahead.
Good morning. Is my audio coming in okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a couple slides if you could call up as I get started, please. I wanted to thank commissioners for your thoughtful consideration last month of the housing overlay LCP for Newport Beach. I really appreciate the consistency and opinion among you about affordability of both housing and recreational access, as well as environmental concerns. A number of subjects were raised during the item, and one of those being housing on state-owned property. After I'd spoken about the manufactured home park shown here, next slide, please. Preceding the city's Marina Park, which replaced it, shown here, and the conversion of about 40% of a previously public beach into paid access only. A lobbyist for the city, Don Schmitz, said, quote, that he had the honor of representing the city of Newport Beach on Marina Park. It's one of the proudest projects that I've ever represented. Yes, we took out a bunch of mobile homes, many of which were on state lands, close quote. For context, I'd like to add or note that 50 some odd manufactured homes, a more affordable housing option in the coastal zone, historically located on public property due to development standards back in the day, and they have to go. Next slide, please. But a number of multi-million-dollar homes also developed on state property due to development standards back in the day, and they get to stay. This is Beacon Bay, the namesake for the Beacon Bay bill. During proceedings before you in December, there was a dock expansion permit, and the staff report noted that for 20 years, this homeowners association has violated conditions of their permit by kind of hiding that that's a publicly accessible beach. And this is just another example of wealth and privilege in Newport Beach and the variation in rights and privileges between those with and those without. And again, going forward, I just hope that you recognize these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, Bonnie Ernst, followed by Jennifer Creston and Herman Bud Coomans.
Can I turn my volume up?
Should I?
Bonnie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Bonnie Ernst with the Oceano Beach Community Association, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak about Oceano Beach and Dunes. I do have a video if you want to play that sometime. It's not super important. As you may recall, the recent court-ordered injunction barring OHV from the Oceano SVRA is now in effect. For some in Oceano, it has been both a blessing and a curse. We applaud the Center for Biological Diversity for their tenacity in fighting on behalf of the endangered and threatened species. However, for us locals, this injunction only halted driving south of Arroyo Grande Creek. The entrance at Pier Avenue remains open. Our section of Oceano Beach, which you'll see soon, can now function as a concession staging area, a parking lot, and an area for frustrated OHV drivers. I'll let that come up. In 1982, State Parks was given 3 years to find a new entrance to their SVRA away from our community. That is now 40 years overdue. The long history of noncompliance should be addressed. Today, I ask that you request to our SLO County Board of Supervisors to bring their LCP into compliance with the Coastal Act and the Endangered Species Act, and for the Commission to conduct a yearly review of State Parks CDP. At the very least, it should include a non-negotiable stipulation. When the Arroyo Grande Creek crossing at the SVRA riding area is closed, the Pier Avenue entrance must also be closed to motorized vehicles, ensuring just a bit of vehicle-free relief for Oceano Beach. The Pier Avenue entrance has long been abused as the entrance to the SVRA. If there is no SVRA, there should be no entrance. And thanks so much for allowing us to comment on Zoom. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Ernst. Next up, Jennifer Creston, Herman Bud Cummins, and Captain Patricia Cummins. Jennifer Creston, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Creston, and I'm speaking on coastal access in Newport Beach, and I believe I have a video. It's going to be starting any minute now, I'm thinking.
Give us a moment to pull that up, please.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we do not have a presentation for you.
Okay, I have a video A, SLC Newport Moorings benchmark rates. It may be under the name of Ad Leverance.
Give us one moment to pull that up. We have it under Leverance.
Thank you, sorry. Yeah. Aha. That's it. Okay, there is audio with that.
For decades, different classes of Tidelands users in Newport Harbor have been subject to fundamentally different pricing approaches by the city of Newport Beach. This has led to persistent inequity and high-level scrutiny from state agencies. There is, however, a straightforward solution to this ongoing dilemma. Adopt a single transparent benchmark rate expressed on a per square foot basis for both moorings and private docks. Applying the state-established area-specific benchmark rate, currently 45 cents a square foot, to private piers and moorings alike would eliminate the current two-tiered structure, which has brought on a high level of concern from the state and has put every Tidelands user in Newport at risk. The result today is a system in which users of public Tidelands are treated differently without a clear, consistent rationale. This raises legitimate concerns about preferential treatment and about compliance with legal requirements for non-discriminatory management of public trust assets. A unified benchmark approach would correct this imbalance. It would ensure that all users pay proportionally for the public resource they occupy, based on the same underlying metric. Just as importantly, it would align the city's methodology with the state's own definition of fairness, reducing legal exposure and restoring and reinforcing public confidence. Perhaps most significantly, adopting a consistent state benchmark would finally bring closure to the decades-long cycle of disputes, questionable studies, and incremental adjustments that have failed to resolve the core issue. By grounding all fees in a single objective standard, the city can replace contention with clarity and the perception of favoritism with demonstrably equitable rates.
Thank you, Ms. Creston. Next up, we have Herman Bud Cummins, followed by Captain Patricia Cummins, followed by Kaylee, pardon me, Shaylee Hilkema.
Say you're Pat, you want to go first. Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, my husband Herman's here with me. I'd like to go first if that's okay.
That's okay. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Captain Pat Cummins. In Newport Beach, the median home price is now over $3.2 million. I think we can all agree we face a severe housing crisis, particularly affordable, moderate, and low-income housing in the coastal zone. The state requirements on numbers of units needed are not materializing at anything even close to that is what is needed, making reductions in levels of affordable housing options counter to logic. Yet the city of Newport Beach desires to end their highly regulated and monitored liveaboard program. This doesn't comply with the spirit of no net loss. Next slide, please. There are survey questions the city is circulating right now, asking how familiar people are with the liveaboard program, and should the city end it. It's been made evident that even the liveaboard program in the city's favored, eliminating it as favored option. People just don't understand the rules and what's going on down here. Next slide, please. This is one of the emails sent to the city from an owner on a $29.75 million home. He seeks to eliminate all liveaboards from the harbor, and he has access to via an exclusive dock, even though others renting the same state property pay many multiples more in tideland fees than he does. Next slide, please. There are innumerable instances of liveaboards saving and aiding people in distress and offering a level of security for others simply by their presence. State Lands has noted marinas where 10% is the optimum number of liveaboards to service these functions. I urge the Coastal Commission to not stand by as the city looks to eliminate the small number of liveaboards currently available in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummins. Next up, Herman Bud Cummins, followed by Shaylee Hilkema and George Hilkema. Mr. Cummins, go ahead.
Good morning. Well, you just met my wife. I'm Herman Cummins. My wife and I, hold a mooring and a liveaboard permit in Newport Beach, each acquired under government-imposed policies that we had to comply with. They're all good, we don't mind. We pay permit fees and rent as required by code. We have our vessel annually inspected as required by code. In fact, a lot of the non-liveaboards don't have to get their vessel annually inspected. There is absolutely no pumping out the toilet in the bay. We pay for an authorized pump out service or verify our pump out at the pump out dock. The boats registered and insured as required by code. We're required to add the city as additional insureds at our own expense. But the city desires a number of drastic changes to these programs and has not applied for coastal development permits for plans that'll push people like us out of the harbor, take away our beloved coastal access and our homes through price manipulation and socioeconomic engineering. I know that the commission can stop these things from happening. I plead that you not wait until it's too late and gentrification takes another big bite out of the access of Newport. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Cummins. Next up, we have Shaylee Hilkema, followed by George Hilkema and Lucia Casa Lenuevo.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm a Newport mooring permit holder who would prefer that the dealings of our policymakers were fair and transparent. The city of Newport Beach has threatened us with a 300 to 500% fee increase, and it wants to end our permit transferability so it can charge much higher fees for its city-owned mooring license product. This active license program currently includes 17 moorings, but no CDP. Later today at the nonprofit Newport Harbor Foundation's quote State of the Bay luncheon, where tickets start at $500 a plate and one can be a platinum supporter of this nonprofit organization for $25,000, presentations will be made by past and current city policymakers on harbor-related matters. Past Harbor Commissioner Skip Kenny will give a mooring permit fees update, and Council Member Joe Stapleton, who is also a past harbor commissioner, a past mayor, and a current member of a two-person ad hoc committee that has been tasked to, in his words, do a complete review of everything regarding harbor management, will MC. At the Foundation's website, Mr. Kenny writes that in the opinion of the Newport Harbor Foundation, the mooring permit fees proposed by the Harbor Commissioner are very reasonable. To clarify, he's talking about 300 to 500% increase in offshore mooring fees and 1,000% increase in onshore mooring fees. He declares that the Newport Mooring Association aggressively fought any increase in the mooring permit fees, but doesn't mention that we already pay much higher fees than like user groups, including those that are commercial and for profit. He also didn't mention that the NMA advocates for fair fees for all harbor users. Mr. Kenny doesn't mention the facts that those with residential pier permits pay nothing to store their boats at their private docks. They pay a fraction of the fees we pay for much larger footprints. They enjoy exclusive use rights. The city allows them to rent dock space for private gain, which can amount to many thousands of dollars per year profit. And the city hasn't threatened to revoke their residential pier permits, which can add $1 million of value to their harbor front homes. One sentence. I don't know what will be served at that pricey luncheon today, but the unfair dealings of the policymakers at the table really sticks in my throat. Thank you for that seconds. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Next up, George Hilkema, followed by Lucia Casalennuovo and Casmali Lopez. Mr. Hilkema, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is George Hilkema. I'm 90 years old and I've had my sailboat on a mooring in Newport Harbor for 40 years. I've been a board member of the Newport Mooring Association for 35 years, and frankly, I'd much rather be sailing than speaking to you about how the city of Newport Beach wants to raise our mooring fees 300 to 500% and end mooring permit transferability again. I've spent more hours of my life on these same issues during my 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s than I care to remember, though I'm glad I still can. But it's getting harder to think of something new to say to you since I'm telling the same old story. I have no doubt that you are all aware that the recreational boating is protected by the common law doctrine of the public trust, that this doctrine protects sovereign lands, including the tidelands of Newport Harbor, for the, quote, benefit, use, and enjoyment of the public, unquote. Our Coastal Act, Section 30224 states, quote, increased recreational boating use of coastal waters shall be encouraged, and Section 30234 calls for the protection of recreational boating harbor space, which is not to be reduced, quote, unless demand for those facilities no longer exists or adequate substitute space has been provided, unquote. In its staff report 105, the State Lands Commission suggests that the transferability of mooring permits may, quote unquote, violate state law, but I say it also may not violate state law. There are boaters in other parts of California, like those in nearby Catalina, who transfer mooring permits, and since State Lands Commission has had oversight authority over the managerial duties of Newport Beach, I'm wondering why after 40 years in the harbor, I'm just hearing about this possible violation. The fact is that mooring permit holders followed city policy and regulations, and we certainly shouldn't be penalized for doing what we were told to do to obtain, maintain, and pay for a place to store our boats in Newport Harbor. Thank you for the past and possible future efforts on behalf of Newport Harbor Mooring Permit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Helkema. Next up is Lucia Casalennuovo, followed by Casmali Lopez, and then Nathan Brenner. Ms. Casalennuovo, please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Lucia Casalennuovo, Oceano Beach Community Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. I'm here to respectfully request that you hold a review of the Oceano Dunes SVRA. According to the original permit, you are supposed to hold one every year. It has been 5 years since you held the last review in 2021, when unanimously you banned driving on Oceano Beach and dunes. Thank you. That was an extraordinary determination. Unfortunately, the court struck it down. But there is more than one way to skin a cat. For one, you can submit recommendations to San Luis Obispo County to amend its local coastal plan, which is in violation of the Coastal Act and the other act, which I forgot the name right now, the Endangered Species Act. Two, you can hold the review and lower the number of traffic on the beach and dunes down to almost nothing. You don't need to ban traffic completely. The courts say you don't have the authority, but you definitely can still significantly reduce the number of vehicles allowed. Or, even better, let them drive on the 800 acres put aside for them by the legislation, but withhold the permit to drive on Oceano Beach in order to access them. 5 years ago, you determined that driving on Oceano Beach and dunes destroys them. But since then, the destruction has continued, and you have done nothing. We requested that you at least schedule a review, which is your duty, and is 5 years overdue. The quiet title suit filed by the off-roaders a few years ago has been dismissed. They do not have the historical right to drive on our beach and dunes. Therefore, you can still stop them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casalennuovo. Next up, Casmali Lopez, followed by Nathan Brenner, and then Nikki Kohlhoff. Casmali Lopez, please go ahead.
Aku, hello everyone. My name is Casmali Lopez. I come from Old Indian Town up the creek from the village of Shalawa. And I'm honored to be an enrolled member of the Barbados Chumash Tribal Council. And I'm here today because, really is a story that came from my work. I work as the tribal liaison for the Southern Steelhead Coalition. And through that, I had this issue raised to my attention by the Friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh. There's this development going on. And this is a place that has thousands and thousands of years of tribal history on it. And in my lifetime has always been a place that I know and the basket weavers have gone to gather. And the Friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh approached me and they, in a very honest way, were like, we want to bring this development to your attention, this development on Sandpoint Road that's, adjacent to these Carpinteria Salt Marshes. And, the question they had asked was fairly simple, if I had heard anything about, the tribal consultation for this project. And so I reached out to my tribal government, the Barbados Chumash Tribal Council, and what I heard back was that there hadn't been tribal consultation. And of course, that's limited to one tribal government of many in this area. And so I would encourage other Chumash groups, to report what they've, if there's been proper consultation. But I just think that, these areas are really important, especially where they have thousands of years of history and making sure that there's the proper monitoring going on with the development of these projects, I think is something that's important. And so I'm just here to speak up about that and kind of report what, those findings I had found from just talking to my tribal government. And I just want to conclude by giving my deepest gratitude to the commissioners and to this process. I think it's a beautiful thing that we get to come and engage in this democratic process. And so, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for everyone, all the different work that made this meeting possible. Oh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Next up, we'll have Nathan Brenner, followed by Nikki Kohlhoff, and then Heather Thomason. Mr. Brenner, please go ahead.
Greetings, Commissioners. We have a presentation. Thank you for putting that up. I'm Nathan Brenner with the Sierra Club Seal Society. Next slide, please. Pregnant sea lions have hauled out at Point La Jolla and the La Jolla Cove, and we are expecting the first viable sea lion pup birth any day now. In preparation for this year's pupping season, the Sierra Club has engaged in ongoing collaboration with the City of San Diego. On May 7th, we conducted the third formal meeting with the city. Our shared goal was to finalize a sea lion pupping season management protocol. Next slide, please. In addition to city ranger management practices already in place, the following management protocols have been agreed upon. Cones. The rangers will place cones on the beach to protect sea lion moms and their pups. A-frame signs with safe distance viewing guidelines will be deployed by rangers on the beach. Stairwell management. Rangers will redirect crowds away from the western stairs when sea lions are on or below the lower levels. Viewing areas. Rangers will urge the public to view the sea lions from upper levels and redirect visitors to use the eastern stairwell to access the beach when appropriate. Tour buses. The Sierra Club and the city are also working together to develop sea lion viewing guidelines to distribute to tour buses. Next slide, please. The Sierra Club will continue to provide updates to this commission regarding the agreed upon sea lion protocols and will provide feedback on the successes of the city's implementation. Sierra Club extends an invitation to the commissioners and staff to join us on a guided tour of the Point La Jolla Sea Lion Rookery when you are in San Diego at your meeting next month. We are grateful for the commissioners' support over the past year. With your continued commitment, we are optimistic that together we can attain our goal of 0 pup deaths caused by human interference in 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you from the Sierra Club and on behalf of all La Jolla's sea lion moms and moms-to-be. See you in June.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Next up, we have Nikki Kohlhoff, followed by Heather Thomason, and then Karen Crowne. Nikki Kohlhoff, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kohlhoff, and I'm a lifelong coastal Californian, a Santa Monica resident of nearly 30 years, and a neighborhood council board member speaking in my individual capacity. The people of Santa Monica did not ask for AB 1740. It was created behind closed doors by certain city council members and staff with Assembly Member Zabur for the benefit of developers. Public records show city staff was working with Zabur's office as early as June of 2025, but residents didn't learn about the bill or the city's co-sponsorship until a press release in February. I contacted Zabur's office asking for basic information about how this sponsorship came about and was told the bill was brought to them by our city's paid lobbyist. I submitted 5 specific questions to Zabur and staff in writing and have followed up 8 times with no response. How does a state law that applies only to Santa Monica, co-sponsored by Santa Monica, move forward with no discussion, no public vote, and no one able to produce written evidence of that sponsorship? Multiple neighborhood organizations and the legislative committee of the Santa Monica Democratic Club oppose AB 1740. That tells you where residents actually stand. So don't let your guard down as Santa Monica re-engages with you on their LCP. Last night, our city council held a special meeting, and what they revealed should concern this commission. They consider coastal access to be multimodal, a frame that ignores that most people still arrive to the beach in a car and need affordable parking. Their view of coastal authority appears limited to sensitive habitat and endangered species, pushing a narrative that our coastal zone isn't sensitive enough to warrant serious protection. They want to expand ministerial approvals and use state law to limit public input after an LCP is adopted, and they appear poised to use the LCP process to shrink the coastal zone boundary itself. And they want this all done before the end of this legislative session in an election year. Do not let their election year urgency rush you into a bad agreement. Use that urgency as leverage to strengthen protections for our coast, not to weaken them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kohlhoff. Next up, we have Heather Thomason, Karen Crowne, followed by Terry Saucier. Heather Thomason, please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Heather Thomason from Santa Monica, and first I just wanted to say that I appreciate for this commission that Commissioner Jackson has brought his expertise to recent Santa Monica conversations on AB 1740. I'm here to express my opposition to AB 1740, both the process by which this bill came about and the substance, which undermines the Coastal Commission's authority. These are deeply concerning. Because of the fierce opposition to this bill among Santa Monica residents, the city is now talking about re-engaging on an LCP, and I'd ask the commission to be cautious about agreeing to anything that adds ministerial approval or expedited timeframes for large market rate housing projects or hotels. Those tend to minimize resident voices for identifying actual legitimate concerns about projects. I also understand that the Coastal Commission does a very good job of quickly approving affordable housing projects, and I support that and want to see those kinds of approvals continue with minimal delays. I'd also ask the commission to be careful about not reducing oversight over transit and roadway changes within the coastal zone. The state has not issued a definitive answer on whether upgrades to existing bus stops or bus lanes can trigger new SB 79 transit qualifying hubs. And until that's settled, the commission's oversight over route stops and roadways along the coast must not be reduced, because changes to bus stops could lead to inadvertent upzoning of our sensitive coastal area. To the extent that Santa Monica is asking to minimize the borders of this commission's authority, I also hope that you will not agree to that lightly. We depend on you to protect these sensitive coastal areas, especially from overdevelopment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Thomason. Next up, we have Karen Crowne, followed by Terry Saucier, and then Diane Wolke. Ms. Crowne, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Great. Thank you so much for making this Zoom possible. I want to express my opposition to AB 1740 as well. Please know the Santa Monica residents were not included in Santa Monica's sponsorship of this bill in any way, and the bill does not reflect our desires to protect our iconic and sacred coast. There were no public sessions, and we were shocked to learn that Dan Hall went to Sacramento to sponsor this bill. They kept it secret to avoid the enormous opposition they're now seeing from Santa Monicans, who are truly rising to oppose AB 1740. We saw last night at Santa Monica City Council how voraciously they want to develop housing at the beach without any concern for environmental issues or public access. These are the same folks who try to keep the F water rating at the pier secret from the tourists, which breaks my heart every time I see people swimming there. As you engage with Santa Monica on an LCP, please, please, please don't agree to anything that adds ministerial approval. They openly want to limit public assets to make access to make profit over development. Please don't allow expedited timeframes for approval or anything that minimizes the borders of the Coastal Commission's authority. We depend on you to help protect these sensitive coastal areas from overdevelopment. And overdevelopment is openly what their plan is. And you have an incredible opportunity, as Heather said, right now to work with the LCP, but not under the pressure of getting it done in this legislative period. Thank you so much for your support of Santa Monica Bay. It means everything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowne. Next up, we have Terry Saucier, followed by Diane Wolke, and then Terry Welsh. Terry Saucier, please go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Harmon. I'm here to call attention to two artificial surf projects that are being proposed inside and directly adjacent to Coastal Commission permit zones by Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District and the LA Rec Parks in Pacific Palisades Park, and to ask you to formally notify them that artificial turf is not permitted in the CDP and to take action to stop these projects and hold them accountable. The synthetic multi-sport athletic field being proposed in Palisade Park was recently approved by the Park Advisory Board and is directly adjacent to the ocean. The stormwater runoff will flow directly into Potrero Canyon in the ocean. This field calls for more than 140,000 square feet of impermeable plastic, which will prevent stormwater recharge and increase toxic runoff with chemicals and microplastics. The amount of rainfall this past year alone would have resulted in more than 1 million gallons of toxic runoff. As recently as 2023, there was a landslide in Potrero Canyon that had to be filled. A regulation-sized field can shed more than 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of plastic grass blades per year per field, and 12 to 15% of microplastics in our waterways are from artificial turf. The product being proposed in this park has 16 times the plastic blades, therefore 16 times the microplastic blades that could be lost. The Santa Monica Malibu USD violated your policy with artificial turf installations at Ocean Park and Webster schools. Please find them and hold them accountable. If the commission does not act now, school districts and rec and parks will see it as permission to move full steam ahead. It'll be difficult to reverse. Therefore, I ask you to please consider formally notifying Santa Monica Malibu USD and LA Rec and Parks that artificial turf is not permitted in the CDP. Develop a strong, explicit artificial turf policy that clearly states artificial turf is never allowed, and establish a robust enforcement program to proactively identify, stop, and remediate unauthorized installations in the permit zone. Our communities, children, and future generations are counting on you to protect our ocean, coast, and the fragile marine ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saucier. Next up, we have Diane Wolke, followed by Terry Welsh, and then Eileen Boken. Please go ahead, Ms. Wolke.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Diane Wolke, Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Inc. Published in January 2026, 600 quadrillion, that's a 6 followed by 17 zeros. Microplastic particles are released from land sources annually, in addition to the estimated 26 quadrillion particles contributed to the atmosphere from ocean microplastics. Microplastics are both created by and contribute to climate change and impede sequestration of greenhouse gases in the ocean. Lawrence Berkeley National Lab has determined that plastics release 4 times the greenhouse gases when compared to the aviation industry. Overheating of the ocean from land from fossil fuel-based plastic is altering ecosystems, causing habitat loss, disrupting breeding cycles and migration patterns, decreasing oxygen, acidifying and warming the ocean, resulting in deaths of seabirds, sea lions, and more along our coast. A major point source of microplastics is synthetic turf in schools, parks, residential, and commercial landscapes. As previously mentioned, an 80,000 square foot playing field contributes 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of microplastic blades and 600 pounds from the backing annually. The industry is rolling out 1,100 acres of plastic carpet each year in California alone. The chemical leachate from these plastics can also harm both humans and the environment. Healthcare expenses from the use and exposure to plastics are estimated at $250 billion per year in the US, and PFAS-related expenses alone at $22.5 billion per year. Socioeconomic costs of plastic in the US are between $436 billion and $1.1 trillion when looking at plastics from cradle to grave. Please do your part to stop the proliferation of plastic turf in the CDP and LCP zones. Go back to Santa Monica Malibu Board of Ed, fine them for the installation in Ocean Park and Webster schools, demand removal. Both the school district and the city of Los Angeles must be held to account for harming people and planet. Please keep the plastic turf out of the surf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolke. Next up, we have Terry Welsh. Mr. Welsh, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Terry Welsh, and I'm president of the Coastal Corridor Alliance. This is an organization that was previously known as the Banning Ranch Conservancy. Our executive director is Melanie Schlotterbeck, and I want to take a moment to talk about Randall Preserve, a property formerly known as Banning Ranch. And as you can see, it's located in Orange County between the cities of Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Costa Mesa. And it sits at the mouth of the Santa Ana River. Next slide, please. In this beautiful aerial photograph, we're looking out towards the ocean in Newport Harbor. Now, for 80 years, Banning Ranch was an oil field, and in 2022, it became permanently protected, publicly owned coastal open space. And the fact that this happened is nothing short of a miracle. It involved decades of hard work by our group and many other groups and the tribal community, and most of all, an extremely generous donation from Frank and Joanne Randall, hence the name Randall Preserve. Now, as we speak, they are remediating the oil field, and they're working on a resource management plan, a public access plan, a coastal resiliency strategy, and they've already completed a tribal access and engagement plan. The tribes will have a large role in this property moving forward. Next slide. Now, when the 387 acres of Randall Preserve was purchased in 2022, it did not include a smaller 11-acre parcel that is currently owned by the local school district, the Newport Mesa Unified School District. And I have a lot to say about these 11 acres, and I'm going to have to come back at another time. But I do want to thank you for at least allowing me to give you an orientation to Randall Preserve, and I will please get back to your hearing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. We have one speaker that we have not been able to find in the webinar, Eileen Boken. Ms. Boken, if you are watching the video, please raise your hand by dialing *9. Looks like we have no response. Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Galen. And thank you to the public for your testimony. So I will return to the commission for comments, questions. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to acknowledge the young people that were here today and reflect on how powerful young people can be. If it wasn't for young people in this state, as well as older people and everyone in between for that matter, but really young people, there would be no Coastal Act. And what that says is the power that they've in the intelligence and the passion they exhibited today has the potential to really make a change going forward. It just was incredibly uplifting, and I'm sure my colleagues share this, to see this group of people and their moms, who I admire so much for the way they've raised those young people. I just have to say, what I see when I see folks like that is a resurgence of the environmental values that saved the coast of California and created this amazing act that we've been celebrating this year after 50 years that helps us care for our wild places and our wildlife in this state. I also wanted to just say that I was able to go to Sacramento, and it is related to this, to celebrate 50 years of the Coastal Act, and I just want to publicly thank the legislators, so many of who stood up and talked about how important the Coastal Act is and what the coast of California would look like if there had not been a Coastal Act. It was an absolutely incredible and amazingly uplifting day. So again, I just wanted to thank those young people for being here before they have to go to school and taking the time. And I know they're listening. They were on the road, they had to leave, but just wanted to express my extreme gratitude for everything they're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. Any other? Commissioner Notoff?
Yeah, I was going to lift up the mothers too. I thought they did quite a good job, and I maybe encourage them to take a longer field trip to Sacramento, because hearing those voices really, I think, will help move the dialogue in a more positive direction. I did want to ask about, I know that staff has been encouraging the San Luis Obispo County to update their LCP. That hasn't been happening, but if there is an opportunity to have a review that would have some type of prompting effect, I think that I'd certainly be interested in seeing if that's something we could move forward with. I don't know if staff wants to respond to that, or
just briefly to say that we haven't directly engaged on a timeline with the county. It's something we've definitely been in conversation with them about. There are a lot of other things in the works related to Oceano Dunes. There was a recent lawsuit that was settled, or not settled, but there was a decision. There's some work moving towards getting a habitat conservation. I think it's HCP. conservation plan in place for Oceano. So we've been sort of paying attention to those things and trying to decide what the next step moving forward would be, given all these other things. So just to say, I thank you for the comment. We'll take that into consideration in our discussions with the county, and we'll be back to you with other updates as we have them.
Thanks. Just kind of whatever we could do to help move the ball forward there.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I wanted to acknowledge and thank Ms. Lidia Ponce for her leadership. It's always nice to come down to LA and see her in person. And, you know, that kind of community activism and leadership, you know, that stems from the heart and love for your family and your traditions, and so much respect, and I just appreciate it so much. So I just wanted to wish you the best of luck with that baby girl in your family. So, and a question about one of the members of the public, Mr. Lopez, was talking about Friends of Carpinteria in the Salt Marsh. Does the staff have anything to respond to that, or anything? Are we going to be seeing that in depth in the near future? Thank you.
Just briefly, so that this was the project in question, I think, was brought before you over a year ago. So the commission has already acted. It was a single family residence project. It's on the end of the sand spit. It's a legal lot. I believe it was a takings, if I remember correctly, takings analysis and approval by the commission. So the commission has already taken action on that project. But this is another public, there's definitely a segment of the public that is unhappy with development moving forward in this place. It is right on the edge of the marsh. And we have heard public comment over the last year and a half probably related to that project. So it's also been litigated as, it's being litigated. Thank you. So that's just provides a little bit of context to that comment, but definitely appreciated hearing from the public on this. There wasn't actually a lot of public comment at the time when the commission acted, and that's unfortunate.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everybody for speaking today. Appreciate the community in Santa Monica showing up and voicing their concerns about 1740. It was a very powerful testimony, obviously from the young people, the moms, and everybody else that participated. So thank you for lending your voice to such an important issue. I just want to talk about Gaylord Pacific Resort and Convention Center down in Chula Vista. So I had the pleasure of attending a conference down there a couple weeks ago, and I had several board members say, man, this place is huge. How the heck did this get approved by the Coastal Commission? So it was a simple answer. I talked about balance. You know, I said, look out there. Look, you see the massive project, but you see the public access trails. You see the park space. You see the shoreline access and the overall investment and the future planned amenities in the public space. So it really helped to explain the balance of development and coastal access. So I basically spent 3 days bragging about all the great work the staff does. And as I sit here sort of celebrating my 1-year anniversary on this commission, you know, made me proud to represent alongside you thoughtful, wonderful folks. So it's been a pleasure, and happy anniversary to us 1-year-olds.
Happy anniversary. Okay, with that, we will close public comment, and I'm going to suggest we take a break, and if we could come back at 10:40, please. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. I think we're good. Yes. All right, awesome. So we will get back to it, and I will turn to Dr. Hucklebridge for her ED report when she's ready.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Let me just pull my notes up. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the public. As always, my published executive director report can be found on the commission's website, but I'll spend a few minutes going over several of the items. So first up, on April 14th in Santa Cruz, commission staff, NOAA, Point Blue, Caltrans, San Mateo Resources Conservation District, and the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary jointly hosted a sea level rise coastal adaptation engineering workshop. The purpose of the workshop was to advance knowledge of the opportunities and challenges of applying nature-based solutions to coastal engineering problems, and to increase the understanding of nature-based solutions among transportation engineers and planners. Jeremy Smith of the Commission's Geoengineering Unit presented on the benefits of nature-based solutions versus hard armoring, and Peter Allen, manager of the Transportation Access and Mobility Unit, presented on case studies of successful or ongoing nature-based adaptation efforts, including the Gleason Beach Highway realignment and the Scott Creek Coastal Resilience Study. In the afternoon, the workshop continued with a site visit to Scott Creek to further discuss Highway 1 adaptation planning there. Next, in conjunction with Commission staff and numerous local partners, Caltrans recently launched a multi-year effort to update the Big Sur Coast Highway Management Plan, or CHMP. The CHMP is focused on preserving the natural environment, enhancing public access, and ensuring highway safety for the roughly 100-mile stretch of State Highway 1 through Big Sur. The Commission played an instrumental role in the development of the CHMP in the early 2000s, and the updated CHMP will address emerging issues, including climate resiliency, increased public visitation, and equity. The Commission Central Coast District and Transportation Access and Mobility Unit are actively collaborating with Caltrans and the Big Sur community on the CHMP update. Caltrans has launched a public engagement portal website available online at the link included in my written report, and includes a survey on the Participate tab of that website that is available to gather public feedback until June 2026. It was another busy month for Commission staff that included participation in several events and workshops, trainings that I would like to share. So first, staff from the Commission's North Coast District Office were invited by the Bear River Band of Ronerville Rancheria to participate in their annual Earth Day event at the tribe's rancheria in Lolita. Staff engaged with over 300 local students who attended, sharing information on the Coastal Commission's work and the importance of keeping beaches clean and accessible for all users. On April 22nd through 24th, staff from the Commission's Legislative and Transportation Access and Mobility Units participated in the California Bicycle Summit in Sacramento. Along with the networking and learning more about complete streets and bike lane designs, Commission staff, together with Caltrans staff, led a session on complete streets on coastal facilities, highlighting recent and ongoing work to increase active transportation in the coastal zone. My written report includes some great pictures of each of these events, so I highly recommend you take a look. Next up, a few announcements from our public education program. The Boating Clean and Green program with the California State Parks Boating Safety and Education Unit released a new dockside podcast episode with senior environmental scientist Emily Wang from Cal Recycle to explore how used oil can become a valuable resource. So please check it out. The Boating Clean Green program also partnered with Cleaner California Coast Leave No Trace Initiative and local partners, including Point Reyes Adventure Company, Inverness Yacht Club, Tomales Bay Resort, Blue Water Kayaks, and oyster operators such as Hog Island and Tomales Bay Oyster Company, as well as with the county and federal land managers, to conduct 2 on-water cleanups in Tomales Bay. 64 people and 35 vessels participated in these cleanups, collecting almost 2,200 pounds of trash and 27 pounds of recyclables. The California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways, the Coastal Commission, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, California State Lands Commission, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will host a salt and freshwater invasive species prevention workshop. This is virtual and will be held on May 14th. Which is tomorrow. This free online workshop will help the public learn how they can recognize aquatic invasive species in their region, including golden mussels, green crab, wakame, and others, and how to take action to prevent them from spreading. And finally, I'll conclude my executive director's report highlighting a few items related to the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act. So first, a reminder to everyone that we were asking the public to share some of their personal experiences with the coast as a way to celebrate 50 years of public access and illustrate the many connections we have to our coast. This can be brief or more involved, and pictures and short videos will help paint a vivid picture if you're willing to share. But also memories can be submitted anonymously. So please visit our 50th anniversary webpage to upload your story and help us understand how the Coastal Act has impacted you. So today I would like to share two memories that we recently highlighted. And so the first is from Barb Cool. And there is, in my written report, there's a beautiful picture that goes along with this memory, so please check that out. It says, the central coast of Cali is magical and virtually undeveloped on many stretches of this region. I spent 2 months from October to December camping, hiking, and enjoying miles of accessible beaches and hiking trails, many of which were dog-friendly. From Monterey to Morro Bay, pretty spectacular indeed. Thank you to all who have fought to protect our beautiful coast. Forever grateful. So the second memory is from our very own Commissioner Nodoff. She says, one of my very favorite coastal memories is a photo of my mom standing on a rock in Stillwater Cove, pregnant with me. 31 years later, I stood on that same rock, pregnant with my daughter. Coastal access abides. Perfect example of a beautiful memory, and just what we're looking for to just highlight how public access is important to you and what it means to your family. So thank you, Commissioner Nodoff, and to Ms. Cool for those memories. And finally, for this month's Act to Action, the first 50 years of coastal protection, we have a few highlights to share with you today. So the first, we'll do a program spotlight on the Commission's Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Program. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Joe Street for that spotlight.
Thanks, Kate. Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. As part of our ongoing celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act, I'm pleased to be here today to highlight the Commission's Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Program, and its important and unique role in the Commission's work. I have the privilege of managing the program in partnership with Holly Wire, who is joining us via Zoom today. As I will touch on, the history and origins of this program are intertwined with that of the Commission itself, and the issues the program has grappled with over the last 50 years kind of reflect the evolution of California's coastal economy and our changing relationship with the coast and ocean. I actually have a presentation, which I'd love to show during this talk. I could just do the monologue, but it'll be more interesting. Okay. Thank you. And next slide, please. Over the years, the work of this program has helped ensure that the resources and uses protected by the Coastal Act, public access, sensitive coastal habitats and species, and scenic views, to name just a few, can persist alongside vital economic uses of the coast and ocean. In celebrating the accomplishments of this Commission, in preserving these resources, at times through the rejection of poorly sited, conceived, or harmful projects, it can be overlooked that Coastal Act policies seldom fully prohibit development from occurring, even when it has potential impacts. The importance of coastal dependent development in particular is recognized in the Coastal Act, and in general, the Coastal Act seeks a precautionary balance and coexistence between environmental and economic uses of the coast. This is the space that our program finds itself in a lot, and I think it's fair to say that striking that balance can sometimes be challenging. Next slide, please. In the early days of the Commission and the Energy Ocean Resources Program, the emphasis was often on the energy side of the docket. Our docket was heavy with oil and gas development and coastal power plants. Federal Consistency at that time operated as a separate unit, though often in close coordination with energy. This collaboration was natural because many of the Commission's early project reviews were of oil and gas development in federal waters outside the coastal zone. Over time, the program has evolved to include other types of marine and coastal uses, such as desalination, aquaculture, and sediment management, as well as marine and estuarine habitat restoration and federal activities. More recently, our program has also expanded to include offshore wind, wave power, and other emerging issues. Unlike the Commission's districts focused on specific regions and cities, our program covers projects from across the state that are located in the marine environment or involve certain industries or categories of use. This approach was developed many years ago to foster consistency and allow our permitting staff to develop expertise on certain project types. The idea was that this would facilitate more efficient, technical, and comprehensive reviews. Next slide, please. The Commission is California's designated coastal management program for the Outer Coast under the Coastal Zone Management Act, or CZMA. As such, it has a unique review authority over, on one hand, activities carried out by federal agencies, and on the other, projects that need federal permits or licenses. These two types of federal consistency review provide the Commission with the authority to determine whether a project or activity is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, and to work with federal agencies using tools like project mods and conditions of concurrence to help achieve consistency. Our staff reviews a wide variety of activities and projects, both inside and outside the coastal zone. Because the Commission's review authority under the CZMA is determined not by location, but whether a project or activity would have effects on the coastal resources and uses, federal consistency can expand the Commission's jurisdiction into federal waters and inland of the coastal zone. Next slide, please. So don't worry, I'm not going to belabor the many details of federal consistency today. That's a whole nother presentation, which we should probably do at some point. But I do want to highlight a really key concept, and that is spillover effects. Put simply, if a federal activity or permitted project would affect the coastal zone and its resources, it's subject to the Commission's consistency review. For example, these spillover effects could stem from inland projects that affect coastal watersheds and salmonids, or from sonar or ship strikes affecting whales outside state waters, from oil spills and discharges from platforms in federal waters, or from activities like rocket launches originating on certain military installations. Next slide, please. For more than a century, the California coast has been the site of extensive oil and gas development. And though this industry has gradually waned as reservoirs have been drawn down, various federal administrations over the years have called for expansion. The shadow of the 1969 Santa Barbara oil spill, which occurred from Union Oil Platform A in federal waters, about 5 miles offshore of Santa Barbara County, remains. This spill helped galvanize a national coastal protection movement and was one of a handful of events leading directly to Prop 20 and the creation of the Coastal Commission. Not surprisingly, oil and gas was a major focus in the Commission's early days. In the 1970s and 80s, Commission actions on projects analyzed by its energy and federal consistency units helped establish safeguards, increase public input and transparency, and allow for balanced consideration of oil and gas development on the outer continental shelf. Key outcomes included the careful siting and consolidation of facilities and infrastructure to limit industrial development in coastal areas, the adoption of improved spill prevention and response capabilities and techniques, and phasing out of the use of spill-prone tanker ships for transporting oil and gas to market. Next slide, please. Interesting. Next slide, please. In the 1990s and 2000s, the Commission played a key role in oil spill remediation, cleanup, and habitat restoration projects. These efforts included the removal of over 400,000 gallons of leaked diesel and petroleum products from Unical's Avila Beach facility, along with the restoration of the beach and the downtown commercial area. The Commission also worked on the massive, ongoing remediation and restoration of hundreds of acres of sensitive dune habitat at the Guadalupe oil field in northern Santa Barbara County. In 2007, a major focus of the energy space was on the importation of natural gas, leading to several proposals for floating industrial complexes. The Commission joined several other state agencies in resisting these projects, including by objecting to a large floating natural gas terminal proposed for federal waters offshore of Oxnard. Among many policy inconsistencies, the Commission found that this project's NOx, and ozone emissions were inconsistent with the Coastal Act air quality policy, and that its greenhouse gas emissions would contribute to climate change, sea level rise, and coastal hazards. This objection was a key factor in halting the establishment of a new and damaging industrial use offshore of Southern California. I also want to note here an important and recent rebalancing of the Coastal Act in favor of resource protection, which occurred in 2023 with the passage of SB 704. This bill limited the industrial override provision of Section 30260 and requires new or expanded oil and gas projects to be fully consistent with Chapter 3 policies in order to receive a CDP. Next slide, please. Coastal areas have long been preferred sites for nuclear and conventional power plants, largely because of easy access to ocean cooling water. Once-through cooling systems withdraw and discharge vast amounts of seawater, entraining a significant share of coastal biological productivity. For many years, our program's research and analysis has helped the Commission explore ways to avoid, minimize, and mitigate for these impacts. For example, the Commission's mitigation requirements for the San Onofre nuclear plant included the creation of the world's largest artificial rocky reef, the Wheeler Reef North off of San Clemente, and extensive wetland restoration. The resulting mitigation program set a new standard by establishing that substantial intake impacts can and should be offset through compensatory mitigation, supported by rigorous scientific monitoring. It also gave our current executive director something to do when she first started. More recently, just last December, the Commission's approval of the relicensing and continued operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant included another novel and significant mitigation requirement for the plant's entrainment impacts. This time for the conservation and provision of public access to a large area of PG&E's Diablo Canyon lands. Next slide, please. Since the 1990s, coastal communities have increasingly considered desalination as a drought-proof water source. Desal plants can have entrainment and discharge impacts, and our program has applied lessons from once-through cooling to their review. When designed well, without open ocean intakes, desal plants can minimize these impacts or avoid them completely. Building on this work, the Commission has supported sustainably sited and designed facilities, such as the Doheny Desalination Project in Dana Point, which uses subsurface intakes and blends its brine with a nearby wastewater outfall to reduce coastal effects. Conversely, the Commission has also denied projects in hazardous locations or with marine impacts that could not be adequately mitigated. Next slide, please. Another increasingly important economic use of the coast is aquaculture. As this industry has expanded over the past 30 years, program staff have worked with growers and other agencies to bring aquaculture operations into compliance with the Coastal Act and to develop a permitting approach that balances protection of resources, such as eelgrass, with sustainable seafood production. In the past several years, Commission staff have collaborated with partner agencies to help shape the state's forthcoming Aquaculture Action Plan, an initiative led by the Ocean Protection Council to strengthen California's aquaculture governance framework. Slide 11. Oh, next slide. As you know, the Commission has invested significant resources over the past 5 years in planning for offshore wind development, including the addition of expert staff in our program to carry out advanced coordination and impacts analysis. In 2022, the Commission reviewed consistency determinations for BOEM's leasing of 2 wind energy areas off the central and north coasts, and included Condition 7C that required the creation of a working group to devise a strategy to address potential impacts to commercial and recreational fishing. This intensive effort by our program staff culminated just last month at the Gonzalez meeting with the Commission's unanimous approval of the statewide strategy for the coexistence of California fishing communities and offshore wind. Next slide, please. As I close out this presentation, I wanted to touch on several notable Commission decisions stemming from other projects reviewed by our program. These are examples of how the expanded effects-based geographic reach of federal consistency review has allowed the Commission to more effectively protect coastal resources and uses. A 2008 objection to the consistency certification for a toll freeway extension through a state park campground, endangered species habitat, and a critical watershed for the Trestles surf break prevented the destruction of ESHA, the loss of treasured cultural and recreational resources, including a competition site for the 2028 Olympics. Next slide, please. Over the past 13 years, our program, with Commission support, has also successfully collaborated with the NOAA Restoration Center to implement a programmatic consistency determination that has fast-tracked nearly 50 stream and riparian restoration projects in Central and Northern California. These projects include many that benefit threatened salmonids, such as the removal of fish passage barriers, riparian restoration, off-channel habitat creation, large woody debris placement, and other methods to improve spawning, rearing, and migration habitat for endangered species. Next slide, please. This quick tour has covered just a fraction of the many highlights and accomplishments of the Commission's Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Program over the past 50 years. I could spend another 2 hours exploring the complexities of just the handful of projects that we've touched on today, but I'm going to let you get back to your important work. Before I end, though, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate my outstanding coworkers. The photo on this slide is from our recent all-staff retreat in Monterey. And though you can't see them here, all of us are standing on the shoulders of multiple generations of exceptional staff who came before us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Joe. And now to move on to our this month's Access Spotlight, we'd like to highlight the Terranea Resort Project in Rancho Palos Verdes in LA County. And so I'd like to turn it over to Rosie and Linda to talk about the public access amenities associated with this project.
Thanks, Kate. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. As you know from last month's meeting in Gonzales, I'm Rosie, the Climate Equity and Sea Level Rise intern. I'm proud to be presenting our monthly videos on public access ways in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act. We are spotlighting locations near our meetings so that everyone attending the public hearing has the option to visit for themselves. People can watch these videos on our social media accounts, including YouTube and Instagram. They're also available on the Commission's website. Just click on the 50th anniversary banner on the home page and scroll down to find the Coastal Access Spotlight videos. Before I turn the microphone over to Linda, I want to take a minute and talk about my experience filming today's video. Having not traveled much of California, this was my first visit to Rancho Palos Verdes. When I arrived at the Terranea Discovery Trail, I was awestruck by the beautiful sweeping views of the Pacific Ocean. It was truly inspiring to hike next to all the native vegetation as I listened to the birds and the crashing waves. While on the beach, I even spotted a dolphin. This was my first time seeing one in person. I'm so grateful for the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission because they make moments of connecting with nature like this possible for everyone.
Thanks for that great introduction, Rosie. So I'm pleased to be bringing you this month. As you know, we just heard Terranea Discovery Trail and Beach. This is located at Rancho Palos Verdes and is only about 20 minutes west of where we are today here in San Pedro. The Commission approved the Terranea Resort in 2003 on a 100-acre blufftop parcel. Fun fact, that is, this location was once home to the Marineland of the Pacific, California's first major theme park. Opened in 1954, the Marineland boasted the world's largest oceanarium until it closed in 1987. Several orcas and other animals were then relocated to SeaWorld in San Diego. The Commission's approval of this 540-room resort required extensive public access amenities, including miles of hiking trails, over 200 public parking spaces, restrooms, viewpoints, benches, and a beach access ramp. In addition, the commission required restoration of the coastal sage scrub habitat, which is what Rosie just referred to as when she walked on the trails. This habitat was lost during the time when the marine land was located at this site. The resort opened in 2009, and the public access amenities have been very popular with the public. So now we'll move to the videos. It's one in English and one in Spanish. Thank you.
Looking to kayak, snorkel, or just take a bluff-top stroll in the Los Angeles area? Check out the Terranea Discovery Trail and Beach in Rancho Palos Verdes. Located at the Terranea Resort, this more than 2-mile-long trail, known locally as the Bluff Top Trail, offers benches and viewing areas perfect for spotting dolphins and whales. Plan to spend around 45 minutes on the path to get down to Terranea Beach. Once on the sand, you can rent kayaks and find Hudson's Bluff Sea Cave, also known as the Lost Boys Lair. To start your journey, take Palos Verdes Drive south to a public parking lot on the west side of the resort near Pelican Cove Park. There you'll find public restrooms and picnic tables. There's a bike lane along the road and a bike rack close to the trailhead. If you're hauling in your own kayak or just want a shorter trip down to the beach, you can use another public parking lot located off Palos Verdes Drive south, on the east side of the resort down Terranea Way. There's also a bus stop within walking distance, and a valet often stationed along the road who can point you in the right direction. From this lot, there's a paved service road that meets up with the Terranea Discovery Trail at a picnic area overlooking the bluff. Here you'll find public restrooms, tables, and an outdoor shower just a quick jaunt away from Terranea Beach. Thanks to the California Coastal Act and California Coastal Commission, the public can enjoy this seaside adventure free of charge. Check it out next time you're visiting Rancho Palos Verdes.
¿Les gustaría andar por kayak, snorkel o simplemente dar un paseo por los acantilados en el área de Los Ángeles? No te pierdas el sendero y la playa Terranea Discovery en Rancho Palos Verdes. Ubicado en el complejo turístico llamado Terranea, este sendero de más de 3 kilómetros, conocido localmente como el Sendero de los Acantilados, ofrece bancos y miradores perfectos para ver delfines y ballenas. Estima aproximadamente 45 minutos para llegar a la playa de Terranea. Al llegar a la arena, se puede alquilar kayaks y explorar la cueva marina del acantilado Hudson, también conocida como la guarida de los niños perdidos. Para comenzar su aventura, tomen Palos Verdes Drive hacia el sur hasta un estacionamiento público al oeste del complejo turístico, cerca del parque Pelican Cove. Allí encontrarán baños públicos y mesas para picnic. Hay un carril de bicicleta a lo largo de la calle y un lugar para estacionarlas cerca del inicio del sendero. Si traen sus propios kayaks o simplemente quieren un trayecto más corto hasta la playa, se puede usar otro estacionamiento público ubicado en Palos Verdes Drive South, al este del complejo en Terranea Way. También hay una parada de autobús a poca distancia, y suele haber un valet en la calle quien puede indicarles dónde tienen que ir. Desde el estacionamiento hay un camino pavimentado al lado que se conecta con el sendero Terranea Discovery, en un área de picnic con vista al acantilado. Aquí se encuentran los baños públicos, mesas y una ducha al aire libre, cerca de la playa de Terranea. Gracias a la Ley Costera de California y la Comisión Costera de California, el público puede disfrutar de esta aventura junto al mar de forma gratuita. Asegúrense de ir la próxima vez que estén visitando Rancho Palos Verdes.
Thanks very much. Great videos. Those are be up on social media, and ask if you want to share them, get them out to the public so people can know about this amazing amenity right nearby that's absolutely free of charge. So with that, I will conclude my executive director's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments. We have two available for questions, if any.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'll return to the commission. Any comments, questions for Dr. Huckelbridge or the staff?
Just wanted to emphasize the crucial role that the Coastal Act plays is giving California authority under the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act for reviewing activities for consistency. And it's really been a voice that California has used responsibly and very effectively over the years, from offshore oil drilling to mining and other proposals that would affect our coastal zone. So, and I think it's fair to say that California really set the stage. We had one of the first federally certified coastal zone management plans with we have the three departments: Coastal Commission, Coastal Conservancy, and BCDC up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and because largely a lot because of California's successful cooperation and review. We have lots of other states that have joined, and now the Coastal States Organization is a very robust and potent organization. So California has a lot to be proud of.
Great. Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to comment on the last time we were here or near here, we were in a neighboring city, and after the commission's meetings we had an opportunity to go to Terranea and have dinner there. I wasn't aware of the public asset that had been put together beyond the parking. There is free parking at the resort, and so it's just really remarkable that that space was recovered, that it became accessible and free, and I think it bodes well for all of us see that kind of recovery occur and that it's available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kate. When we first moved to California in 2014, I remember taking a family trip up to Terranea as we were trying to figure things out. And I was like, man, this fancy resort's got all this free parking. They've got this trail that goes down to the beach. And you know what else? They got a golf cart that'll take you from the parking lot all the way down to the restaurant that's open to everybody. And this is, before I knew anything about the California Coastal Commission. So it was pretty cool to later learn the history of how that came to be. And it is a special place there in Ranchos Palos Verdes, and it's great that everyone can actually go there and enjoy it. So happy Coastal Act anniversary.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will move on to the next item, and I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. Good morning, Commissioners. This is the legislative report for May. Staff is bringing an analysis of one bill to you today, but first let me begin with an update on the legislative session. So May 1st was the deadline for bills to make it out of their policy committees in the first house. Most of the bills staff is tracking in the written legislative report made that deadline, and so they're now waiting to be heard in the Appropriations Committee. In the run-up to that May 1st deadline, several of the Commission's priority bills were amended. First, AB 1740 by Assemblymember Rick Zabur, which the Commission took an oppose unless amended position on last month, took a minor cleanup amendment in late April, but it remains in substantially the same form that staff described to the Commission last month. That is, a list of Coastal Act exemptions that would apply to the City of Santa Monica for the next 10 years. Over the past few weeks, staff have had multiple meetings with the author to explore potential alternative approaches the bill could take to achieve the author's infill development goals without resorting to significant exemptions. Staff will continue trying to move that conversation forward, and we hope to have more to report next month. Separately, since several speakers this morning brought up the city's LCP, I just want to note that staff remain in discussion with the City of Santa Monica about making additional progress toward completing the city's LCP. As Deputy Director Hudson recounted last month, there is a years-long history of coordination between the Commission and the City on the LCP. And although this coordination on the LCP predates the bill and is important to continue moving forward, irrespective of the bill, we appreciate in a practical sense how the bill has generated renewed attention and focus on completing the LCP. And staff remains committed to working with the city in a way that is intentional but deliberative to get to the finish line. As for the bill, AB 1740 is slated to be heard in the Appropriations Committee tomorrow, and should it pass, it would move to the Assembly floor. Next, AB 2410 by Assemblymember Stan Ellis is also an Assembly appropriations. That bill would create Coastal Act and CEQA exemptions for specific types of vegetation removal projects until 2030. The bill would also require the Commission to submit a report to the legislature with information about past approvals for fire prevention projects. The Commission, along with several other departments in the state, have provided information to the Appropriations Committee about the fiscal impacts of implementing the bill in its current form. In its published analysis, the committee observes that creating permit exemptions that are themselves quite technical to implement will require state staff time across departments that's not dissimilar to going through the permit process. That bill will be heard also in the Appropriations Committee tomorrow. Next, AB 2433 by Assemblymember Alvarez, which relates to density bonus projects, took a small amendment in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee last month. The amendment clarifies that the bill maintains the current statutory approach for harmonizing density bonus law in the Coastal Act. Following this amendment, staff have no concerns with the bill. Next is SB 1318 by Senator Ben Allen, which would create a Coastal Act exemption related to short-term rental regulations. This is the bill that would require the Commission to approve any CDP or LCP amendment that restricts unhosted STRs. The author amended the bill at the end of April to specify that the Commission would be required to approve restrictions on unhosted STRs only if, one, the local government made a finding that the restriction is necessary to address local housing needs, and two, the Commission determines that the restriction strikes a reasonable balance between housing and public coastal access. Staff was pleased to see this amendment to the extent that it limits the scope of the proposed Coastal Act exemption slightly, but the Commission's previously identified concern about exempting restrictions on unhosted STRs remains. That said, we're working productively with the author and with his staff, and based on recent conversations, we expect this bill to continue to change. And so for that reason, we're not recommending that the Commission take an official position at this time. That said, depending on the trajectory of the bill over the next few weeks, we may bring a full analysis of this one to you in June. There were a few bills in the legislative report that didn't meet that May 1st deadline for passing out of policy committees, and so those bills are no longer going to be moving, and I'll just mention them briefly. One is AB 1536 by Assemblymember Addis. That's the bill that would have tightened up several code sections related to oil pipeline safety. It also included a provision authorizing the Commission to adopt regulations for pipeline leak detection, so that bill's no longer moving. Another bill that didn't meet the policy committee deadline is AB 2356 by Assemblymember Ramos, which would have directed California State Parks to transfer the entirety of Tolowa Dunes State Park in Del Norte County to the Tolowa Dene Nation. And last is AB 1953 by Assemblymember Lowenthal, which relates to short-term rentals as well. That bill would have made it so that anytime there's either a special event or a state of emergency declared by the state, STRs would be exempt from all state and local regulation. That bill didn't meet that May 1st deadline, so it's not moving this year. Looking ahead, as I mentioned already, tomorrow is the Appropriations Committee hearing where the committee will decide which bills will move forward to the floor in each house and which will be held in committee. The bills that move to the floor will have until May 29th to pass a floor vote, and then they'd move over to the second house. Staff will report out next month on which of the Commission's priority bills made it into the second house. With that, Chair Harmon, I'll pause in case there are any questions about the legislative report before we move into the bill analysis staff has prepared today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Turn to my colleagues. All right, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, this month we've brought one analysis to the Commission today, and that's of SB 963. The written analysis can be found in staff's written report beginning on page 15. SB 963, which is authored by Senator John Laird, would establish deadlines by which the Commission must review and take final action on coastal development permit appeals that raise a substantial issue. The bill would also codify a few basic requirements for appellants to properly file an appeal of a local CDP. Now, I know the Commission is certainly well aware of the mechanics of the CDP appeal process, but for the members of the public who may be less familiar, I'll just briefly summarize. that in cities and counties with a certified local coastal program, the local government is responsible for permitting most new development in its coastal zone using the policies of its LCP. In certain areas of the coastal zone, primarily near the shoreline and other sensitive resources, as well as for certain types of projects like major public works, CDP decisions by local governments may be appealed to the Commission. When an appeal is filed, the Commission must hold a public hearing within 49 days to determine whether the appeal raises a substantial issue with respect to the LCP or the public access policies of the Coastal Act. If the Commission finds no substantial issue, then the appeal is dismissed and the local decision stands. If the Commission does find a substantial issue, the Commission takes jurisdiction over the permit and holds a de novo hearing on the project. Importantly, for this bill, there is no statutory deadline for how quickly the Commission must hold a de novo hearing on an appeal after it finds that the appeal raises a substantial issue. Now, just to level set the universe of projects we're talking about today, Commission data shows that less than 4% of local CDPs are appealed, and of that 4%, the Commission dismisses more than half of those appeals within the 49-day deadline. So when we're talking about local CDPs that actually get to the de novo portion of the appeal process, we're talking just 1 to 2% of projects. Many of those de novo appeals are processed quickly. That said, there are some that take an extended amount of time to resolve, either because the issues are complex or the applicant may not be interested in exploring project modifications to resolve LCP inconsistencies, or the applicant and the Commission may have limited capacity at that time. While such longstanding appeals are rare, they've led to the perception that CDP appeals are common and that they routinely take years to resolve. This perception and its root cause, which is that lack of a deadline for the de novo hearing, risks having a chilling effect on development in appealable areas of the coastal zone. In particular, the Commission may recall that during its December 2023 informational briefing on housing, the Commission heard feedback from affordable housing developers that uncertainty around the timeline of resolving appeals can discourage development of affordable housing projects, given the unique challenges of financing such projects. SB 963 seeks to eliminate uncertainty around the timing of CDP appeals by establishing a clear and reasonable set of deadlines by which the Commission must review and take final action on appeals after finding a substantial issue. Under the language of the bill, upon finding that an appeal raises a substantial issue, the Commission would have 30 days to review the permit record and to provide the applicant with a complete list of what additional information, if any, is needed in order to hold a de novo hearing. Once all the requested information is received, the Commission would be required to hold that de novo hearing within 180 days. These timelines are similar to how the Commission processes CDP applications for most types of projects. It also largely resembles the Commission's informal practice for processing de novo appeals. This bill seeks to provide greater regulatory certainty by standardizing this project in statute. To be clear, the bill doesn't change any of the rules regarding what projects can or can't be appealed. It simply guarantees that if a local permit does get appealed and the Commission goes SI, then the de novo phase of the appeal will happen in a timely and predictable manner. The bill would achieve this with deadlines that staff believes would be workable under current Commission staffing levels. I should note too briefly that SB 963 would also codify a few basic requirements for how to properly file an appeal of a local CDP, things like requiring the appellant to use the Commission's written appeal form and to identify the specific features of the project that are allegedly inconsistent with the LCP. Putting these basic directions into the Coastal Act would help make sure that the appeal filing process is clearly laid out in statute for the collective benefit of appellants, applicants, and the Commission all around. So just to recap, SB 963 would establish deadlines by which the Commission must take action on local CDP appeals that raise a substantial issue, and it would codify basic requirements for how to properly file an appeal. Although appeals of local CDPs are relatively uncommon, this bill would increase regulatory certainty for these projects with deadlines that are workable under current staffing conditions. This thoughtful update to the Coastal Act's regulatory process would help avoid any perceived uncertainty about the timing of appeals from having a chilling effect on development in the coastal zone. So for these reasons, Chair Harmon, staff is recommending that the commission support SB 963.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any ex partes? Okay, seeing none. Any public comments?
Yes, we have one person signed up, Robin Rudisil. Robin, let us move you in. All right, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to go ahead, and we have your presentation.
Okay, beautiful. Venice already easily complies with the AB 1740 criteria to qualify as multimodal. They call the criteria rigorous, but it is not. In Venice, nearly 100 establishments took advantage of the temporary COVID area al fresco program. Yet as of May 13th, only 8 have filed for their permanent program CDP, as you can see in the chart on the screen. Applicants are either waiting until just before the July 1st deadline or hoping that AB 1740 will ultimately allow them to bypass CDP review entirely if LA can get added back into the bill. The city ordinance allows parking lots to be converted into outdoor dining areas without replacing the parking, and new outdoor dining areas in the public rights-of-way are exempted from parking requirements. The chart on the screen shows that just the first 8 applications consume nearly 500 parking spaces of coastal access capacity, with 85 existing parking spaces removed and 412 additional spaces worth of parking demand generated by the new proposed outdoor dining. It's clear that as more applications come in, the impact will be in the thousands. LA al fresco dining is a major parking waiver program in one of the most parking constrained coastal zones. The city said they would study cumulative coastal access impacts and propose mitigations and any needed adjustments to the program. But so far there's no study, and al fresco CDPs are being processed and approved without the cumulative impact review of public access required by the Coastal Act. If al fresco dining is exempted from CDP review through AB 1740, Coastal Act protection would disappear for one of the largest parking reduction programs Venice has ever seen. So, 2 requests. I urge everyone opposing AB 1740 to push for al fresco dining to be removed from the bill. And I ask staff to work closely with LA to require compliance with the July 1st CDP deadline and to require completion and serious consideration of the coastal access study before any additional approvals occur. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll return to the commission. Commissioner Notoff.
Well, I thank you for the report. I think I'm going to take a screenshot here because I don't think I've ever seen the Pacific Legal Foundation and the Surfrider Foundation on the same side of an issue. There's a very diverse and at times strange bedfellows here that are supporting SB 963, but it's really great to see that everyone who engages in the coastal development procedures understands that having some more clarity is going to benefit all of us. So I'm very pleased to, and it's great that Senator Laird, who understands the program so well, has taken the leadership to help move this forward. So when it's time, if anybody, I'm happy to make a motion.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. I'm just going back to the appeal process, and that's a free process from our end anyway, right? In terms of when there's an appeal made, our work is done without charging. Am I correct for that on that?
Yes.
Yeah, and so for these fairly large and complicated projects, that's a pretty substantial investment. And I just want to say, I know it sounds like a burden, but especially now that there's a time frame associated with it, I would reframe that in some ways as value added, because what now is happening is when there's an appeal of a local decision and it comes through this body and through our staff and the staff of the AG's office, the Attorney General's office review, means that project has been reviewed through the Attorney General's office for its compliance with the Coastal Act, which is something you would not get to such detail and robustness at the local level. So in many ways, it offers a layer of protection to the developer when they come out the other end of that process. That they just wouldn't have, and we're not charging for that. I'm just putting it out there. I think it's an interesting, just a perspective. And again, I know it sounds like a burden, and in some ways, I'm not going to deny that perspective. But also, I just want to point out that layer of review is something that is also can be of value in moving forward. Because what can happen if for example, we exempt that from occurring, then the appellant would then be taking that up with the local jurisdiction, which may or may not have as much Coastal Act experience and Coastal Act, review expertise in that process. So I do really appreciate this bill because it's taking away what is one of the most burdensome issues for many of these developments, which is just the timeline perspective, but still offers that review of the Coastal Act and that ability to move a project forward with a bit more certainty. So that's just my perspective on it, and I am happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I first want to just express my appreciation for the work of Senator Laird in both last session and now in this session, continuing to work with us and using his significant experience and knowledge of the coast and the Coastal Act to really focus in on things that can move some of these challenges forward, whether it's the challenge of finding locations on the coast for affordable housing that we can streamline, or this bill, which I'm very supportive of as well, and sounds like staff is. Likewise, I know that Assemblymember Zebur has been supportive of coastal protection, supportive of environmental protection, and I think it's great that we are now seeing real work going into AB 1740, as we heard this morning from the folks that spoke, as well as from our staff, that this is a bill that really requires serious engagement and work to determine what can be done or what really needs to be done to get at the concerns of Assemblymember Zebur. And I really appreciate his work and his staff's work, the work of the City of Santa Monica and their staff, and of course, all of you in finding a way forward that really addresses some of the concerns he has, but protects the coast and protects the Coastal Act. And I don't think anyone, after my experience in Sacramento, anyone really wants to undermine the protections of the Coastal Act. So I wanted to express my appreciation for staff, our continued opposition, strong opposition for the bill as it exists today, and very hopeful that by our next meeting we'll see common ground on this. So thank you very much on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I'm happy to move staff recommendation to support SB 963 Laird. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson, did you want a second?
I'll let Annie jump to get the seconds.
Okay, second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, a second by Commissioner Notoff. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Drake. Okay. Dr. Huckelbridge.
Thank you. The next item is item 6D, which is an informational briefing to solicit public feedback on the draft guidance on processing local coastal program amendments for accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. A very long and a little bit tongue-twisting title. So I'd like to invite Aaron and Shahar up to provide the staff presentation.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to present on the draft guidance on processing LCP amendments for accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. This is an informational item only. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 1077 requires the California Coastal Commission, in coordination with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD, to, quote, develop and provide guidance for local governments to facilitate the preparation of amendments to a local coastal program to clarify and simplify the permitting process for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units within the coastal zone, unquote. The legislation further requires that a draft of the guidance be made publicly available for 30 days prior to a public workshop to receive public comment on the draft. The draft guidance was posted on our SB 1077 webpage on April 13 and is attached as Exhibit 1 to the staff report on this item. Commission and HCD staff solicited feedback from members of the public and local governments starting in late September 2025, and feedback related to processing LCP amendments was incorporated in this draft guidance. Comments received at today's workshop will also be used to inform the final guidance, which will be published no later than July 1st, 2026, as required by the legislation. Next slide, please. The widening income gap and unmet demand for housing throughout the nation continues to exacerbate housing inequity in California, especially in coastal areas, where housing and rental costs are consistently above the state and national average. To address this critical issue, the state legislature has enacted a number of laws over the last decade that are designed to encourage construction of additional housing units in appropriate locations. In particular, state housing laws have been changed to facilitate development of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, or JADUs, which can be more affordable to build and to rent than other forms of market rate housing. Likewise, many local governments have embraced ADUs as an important part of their overall housing policies, and they have amended their LCPs to include innovative strategies to expedite the permitting and construction process for ADUs and JADUs. Nevertheless, because state ADU law has changed frequently in recent years, but not all LCPs have been updated as frequently, it is important that local governments update their LCPs to harmonize them with current state ADU law. Next slide, please. The focus of this draft guidance is to clarify the LCP amendment process for ADU policies or ordinances and to explain where there are opportunities to further streamline such LCP amendments or updates. The guidance also contains an overview of the authority that the Coastal Act grants the Commission and local governments over ADUs and JDUs in the coastal zone, and provides examples of past ADU-related LCP amendments certified by the Commission. The draft guidance urges local governments in the coastal zone to review, update, or add ADU regulations within their LCPs so they align with state ADU law while still upholding Coastal Act protections. The guidance explains that local governments should use any flexibility allowed by LCPs to modify standards that conflict with state ADU law or make construction of ADUs more difficult, so long as doing so does not lessen the effect of the Coastal Act by causing impacts to sensitive coastal resources or public coastal access, or putting residents or structure at risk of coastal hazards. The guidance also addresses the use of external references in LCPs. Local governments can reduce frequent LCP updates by structuring their ADU ordinances to stay adaptable as state ADU law evolves, for example, by incorporating the current version of state ADU law into the LCP, or by including only coastal-specific ADU provisions in the LCP and relying on state ADU law for the rest. Such approaches can help keep LCPs current while ensuring protection of coastal resources consistent with the Coastal Act. The draft guidance describes the three types of LCP amendments that the Commission can consider: minor, de minimis, and major. These are shown on the screen. Certified and uncertified jurisdictions may also pursue categorical exclusion orders to exempt ADUs from requiring a CDP in areas or circumstances where they will pose no threat of having a significant adverse effect on coastal resources. Finally, the draft guidance stresses the importance of local government coordination with HCD staff before adopting LCP amendments at the local level or submitting them to the Commission. They should also coordinate early and often with Commission staff when preparing an LCP amendment to reduce delays at the end of the process. Next slide, please. The Coastal Act and state ADU law are complementary, serving to encourage housing in the coastal zone while protecting coastal resources. Because of the inherent challenges that come with harmonizing various state laws, many public comments received thus far, including those from local government staff, were concerned with the specifics of the interaction of the Coastal Act and state ADU law, such as the contents of ADU ordinances and policies, including coastal resource protection issues, procedural aspects of coastal development permits, and the harmonization of seemingly different standards. These public comments are summarized in Section 2 of the staff report on this item. Because the focus of this draft guidance is specific to the facilitation of ADU LCP amendments, as directed by SB 1077, comments related to these other issues are not addressed in this document. However, Commission staff intends to prepare a future and separate guidance document on the permitting aspect of ADU projects. The next steps for this guidance document include collecting public feedback on the draft at today's meeting to inform revisions to this guidance document. Staff will then publish this final version of this document by July 1st, 2026, as is required by Senate Bill 1077, and will then circulate the final document to all local governments in the coastal zone. This concludes the staff presentation. Commission staff is available for questions, and David Barboza from HCD is here today to provide additional remarks on this guidance during public comment. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, now we will open public comment, please.
All right, we have 3 speakers. We first have David Barboza in the room, and then we have on Zoom Megan Durbin and Amy Wynn. David Barboza, go ahead. Make sure the mic is on before you speak.
Thank you.
All right, looks like it's on. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I'm David Barboza. I'm a senior housing policy specialist with HCD's ADU team. And so our team's work involves providing technical assistance on state ADU law, reviewing ADU ordinances for compliance with the statute, and collaborating on special projects like SB 1077. So first off, I just wanted to thank Shahar and Aaron for their partnership and all of their work on this project. We appreciate their willingness to talk through, tricky ADU issues, listen to our feedback, and incorporate that into the guidance. Also, just wanted to encourage, the public to keep communicating with us about ADU issues, whether it's in this meeting here to provide public comment or just, letting us know about their coastal ADU questions as they come up. It's very important for us to hear from folks who are grappling with these issues on the ground. We support the idea of a further guidance document and continuing to collaborate on providing guidance about some of the additional ADU permitting issues that folks are dealing with, and thinking about how we can make all of that more predictable, fair, and cost-effective. Just wanted to also remind local agencies to submit their ADU ordinances. So when those ordinances are affecting the coastal zone, they should submit those draft ordinances to HCD for preliminary review, and we'll be happy to take a look at those and provide comments. And just in general, thank you for your time. It can be tricky, ADU laws trying to, deal with the housing shortage and affordability crisis and kind of facilitate ADU development. The Coastal Act's trying to protect coastal access and ensure that coastal resources are protected and development is protected from coastal hazards. So it's really important for us to continue to collaborate on thinking about how to harmonize those goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to Zoom, we have Megan Durbin and then Amy Wynn. You're both in as panelists. Megan Durbin, go ahead.
Hello, thank you commissioners and staff. My name is Megan Durbin. I am a land use consultant and planner in Northern California, the coastal Mendocino area. My comments are germane to the April 27th memo, which was also referenced by the presenter, where much of the public comment that has been coming forth on this topic has actually been in related to the project-specific process and seeking approval for ADUs. So just wanted to put that out, but I think it's still worthwhile to make these comments briefly, of course. And I do appreciate the guidance that was provided on the amendments. It was straightforward, and the inclusion of example jurisdiction regulations was really helpful. and informative. To what the presenter was just talking about, with the potential for when a jurisdiction like ours, Mendocino County, already has a certified categorical exclusion order. As I understand it, it has been problematic for our planning and building staff to work with Coastal Commission staff on how to potentially revise that categorical exclusion order. So any support that the commission can provide to staff in navigating that in areas such as ours, where that isn't something that Coastal Commission staff has to do very often, that would be really helpful, because as I understand it, it's a bit of a sticking point. I submitted written comments as well to this effect, so I'll keep it brief in this moment as my time winds down. I had a challenging experience with attempting to get an ADU approved for clients of ours. And at the bottom line is just that I would love to see CCC staff being, using the time and the funding to help applicants rather than make it more challenging. Not penalizing property owners for pre-existing conditions from previous owners, not use the ADU application as an opportunity to undermine previous permits, and not use it as an opportunity or an excuse to question the precedence of environmentally sensitive habitat areas, what is considered ESHA in our area. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Next, Amy Nguyen.
Thank you very much, commissioners and staff. This is Amy Nguyen with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology in Fort Bragg. We are grateful for the protections of the Coastal Act, and this is why Mendocino County is so remarkable. We appreciate the legislature's desire to facilitate accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone and the guidance that staff is giving local jurisdictions for updating their LCPs. We do believe that the legislature's efforts could perhaps more effectively be have more effective result if they focus on some specific language in the Coastal Act that would allow for some working with accessory dwelling units that protects our coastal resources. But I think, some of our biggest issues are bumping up against the language of the Coastal Act itself, as opposed to the language customized in our LCPs. And then also thank you. My second point and last point is thank you for the exhibits that were included with this, and specifically former Executive Director Ainsworth's memo from January 21st of 2022, specifically when staff is guiding local jurisdictions on efficiency efforts and LCP updates for the ADUs. Keep in mind that the Ainsworth memo specifically stated that if you are converting a dwelling that is a single family residence to an accessory dwelling unit, and you're not making any physical changes, that is not considered a change in intensity of use, and therefore it is exempt from a CDP. I would like for that to be very clear in this guidance for LCP updates. That is the way where we can have a legally non-conforming residence be converted to an accessory dwelling unit on a property, and we can take care of our housing needs and keep people employed to take care of our visitors on the coast. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, this is an informational item, but I'll return to my colleagues for comments or questions. Do you have any? Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just a brief couple comments. I know that this phase is sort of looking at the initial groundwork, so appreciate the work that's gone into this point. Looking at the categorical exemptions, I'm more worried about the 12 jurisdictions that don't currently have an LCP. As we move forward, providing them examples, I think smoothing the path as much as possible, which I heard a little bit of that has been done, but continuing to do that I think would be really important. I'm specifically thinking of Monterey and some of the jurisdictions that are closer to home for us, wanting to see more of these come online. And then I know it's not part of what we're doing today, but as you look at the next phase, looking at ways to incentivize, whether it's a deed restriction or some other effort, low-income housing, making sure that we're smoothing the path, removing additional barriers if possible in this process for folks who are doing the infill component, and giving certain benefits, as that we've seen state law do recently, to those that are willing to go that extra mile to make sure that it's workforce serving, I think would be a great thing to include at this time. Again, not today, but in the future. I just want to plant that seed early so that when it comes back, hopefully that's a component. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. With that, we will move on to the administrative calendar.
Okay, thank you. And that is item 7, the administrative calendar for today, which includes only one item. Item 7, as item 7B was postponed. There is an addendum with corrections to the staff report for the remaining item, and we're not aware of any opposition to the administrative permit being reported, and we are asking whether 4 or more commissioners object to the issuance of the administrative items today.
Great. Thank you. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No commenters, just one available for questions.
Great. Thank you. Do 4 or more commissioners object? Okay. Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Thank you. And I'm thinking we'll get through the consent calendar. So if we could move on to the items that are on regular consent. Thank you.
Thank you. That next item is item 8, the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There are 3 items on the consent calendar. There is an addendum with a minor correction on the Tran Family Trust application. There is also an addendum for the UCSB Notice of Impending Development for concrete pad removal and habitat restoration project on the university's Laguna Island. And that addendum responds to a letter which has been included under the correspondence tab for this on the Commission's website. And that letter is from a member of the public expressing opposition to the use of herbicide within the restoration project area. And I would just note that as discussed in more detail in the addendum, removal of non-native and invasive vegetation would be removed through the use of prescribed burns, and herbicide use would only be implemented on a limited basis as part of an integrated pest management plan, which provides guidance for herbicide use in order to protect human health and the surrounding environment, and would only be used on a short-term basis to exhaust the invasive grass seed bank and allow for native annuals to establish. Additionally, the comment letter questioned whether the Chumash tribe in the area has been consulted for guidance, and I would just like to note that Commission staff did undergo formal consultation with the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, and thus staff continues to recommend that this item be approved as part of the Commission's consent calendar today. We're not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being reported today, and all applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations. Thus, staff is recommending the Commission vote and approve the consent calendar.
Great. Thank you. Are there any ex partes? Okay. Any public comments?
No, we have no speakers. We just have one person available for questions on item 8B.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Love that. Thank you. It's a motion by Commissioner Kelly, a second by Commissioner Notoff. Any objections to unanimous consent? Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Lowenberg seconded. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved, and now we'll move on to those items removed from the regular calendar to consent. Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. And that is item 9, all applications to be moved from regular to consent for all the districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes this morning, there are 5 items that we're recommending be moved to consent, and those are item 11A and item 12A, the 2 related UCSB long-range development plan amendment and notice of impending development for the university's East Campus housing project. Item 14A and 14B, the two related City of Ventura applications for stairway repair and revetment repair. And item 18A, the Burcher CDP application out of Newport Beach. I would note that there is an addendum for the two related City of Ventura CDP applications that responds to concerns raised by Surfrider, including a request that the replacement public beach access stairway should be relocated further landward, and the Special Condition 1, which limits the term of authorization for the repair work to the existing riprap on site to 10 years, with the requirement that the city return with a new CDP application for a long-term hazards management plan for the promenade, be revised to require additional public participation. In response, staff agrees to the requested change to that special condition, requiring additional public participation during the city's development of that long-term hazards management plan, and Special Condition 1 has been revised accordingly in the addendum. As discussed in more detail in the addendum, staff does not recommend any additional changes in the stairway design or location. I would note that as originally proposed by the city, the replacement stairway would have extended further seaward than the existing rock revetment, and it would have utilized a very large concrete wall to support its L-shaped design, and that wall would have acted much like a seawall. Commission staff has coordinated at great depth with the city staff and asked for revisions, and those revisions to the project are reflected in Special Condition 2, which requires the submittal of revised plans. The revised plans condition eliminates that large concrete wall and requires that the stairway use a concrete pile supported design that will be incorporated into the existing riprap. It also requires that the stairway be pulled back landward of the existing rock revetment so that no portion of that could extend further seaward than the existing revetment on site. The request from Surfrider was that the stairway be pulled back even further, but our staff does not believe that that would result in any further reduction in adverse impacts, and it would create additional complications if the stairway ended further landward than the toe of the revetment, as it would make access for pedestrians to the sandy beach more complex. So we're not recommending any additional changes, but I would like to note that the changes that are included in our revised plan were the result of lengthy negotiations and discussions with the city. I would like to thank the city for agreeing to those changes and being in agreement with the staff recommendation. And for those reasons, we continue to recommend this item be approved as part of the consent calendar today. In closing, staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being moved to consent, and we're recommending the commission vote and approve this item. I am available for questions.
Great, thank you. Any ex partes? Seeing none, any public comments, please?
We have a few speakers signed up. For item 11A, we have Jean Lucas and then Sherry Hammond, but we are unable to see them on Zoom. If either of them are there, could you raise your hand? Again, Jean Lucas and Sherry Hammond. All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we'll move on to item 14A and B. We have two speakers. We'll start with Mitch Silverstein in the room, and then we also have Karen Smith on Zoom. So, Mitch Silverstein.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein, California Policy Senior Coordinator with Surfrider Foundation. So this is a permit for 600 feet of riprap revetment on the public beach to protect the Ventura Promenade. It's just steps away from the Surfers Point Managed Retreat project that we all worked so hard to achieve. It also includes a replacement access staircase, as Deputy Director Hudson said. So Surfriders raised concerns about riprap on the beach at the promenade since 2001. We opposed it then, and we continue to oppose armoring that degrades the public beach. That said, we appreciate that staff engaged seriously with our concerns. The revision to Special Condition 1 requiring public participation in the long-term hazards management plan is a meaningful improvement, and we thank staff for making it. On the staircase, we asked staff to require landward relocation, but appreciate the extensive coordination that went into improving, I guess, the original design, which was bad. We do want to remain on the record that holding the line at the existing footprint is a missed opportunity for even modest adaptation at a site where the beach is actively eroding. On mitigation, we'd ask the Commission to ensure that any long-term hazards management plan submitted under Special Condition 1 includes a clear and quantified accounting of cumulative beach loss, not just a general alternatives analysis. We also want to flag that the city's consultants identified 900 feet of revetment needing attention, and these CDPs cover 600. Any future armoring request along this promenade should be held to the same 10-year limited authorization established today and not treated as a fresh start. Finally, we're heading into a winter with a potential mega El Nino. Wave damage here is not unforeseen. It is predicted by the city's own engineers, and previous emergency armoring CDPs are being formalized today. Emergency permits should not become a routine workaround that bypasses the planning standards this Commission has worked so hard to establish today. So please, if they request additional emergencies after this winter, we're going to fight that, and we hope you join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Smith?
Hello, my name is Karen Smith, and I am a resident of the Ventura Coast. I agree that we need a new staircase on the promenade. And I just want to make a comment that 10 to 15 years ago, an attempt was made to put in a new staircase in the same L design, but they had to stop due to it not being able to drill through the bedrock. They almost crashed in the promenade, but they just stopped it and they couldn't do it back then. So my request is that your staff consider not taking out the existing staircase until the new one can be installed, until they know that the new one can be installed. I hear things about pile support design. I think that the reason it was canceled last time was because they couldn't drill for a pile. So my basic request is that your staff look into what happened last time and not take out the stairs, the existing stairs, until they know they can put this new staircase in wherever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then for item 18A, move to consent, we have one person available for questions. There are no other speakers.
Great, thank you. I'll return to the Commission. Or Mr. Hudson, if you'd like to make a comment.
Oh, thank you. Just very briefly. So in response to the last speaker, the permit is for the replacement of the existing staircase, so it's in the same location. So the removal and reconstruction would occur at the same time. We have discussed the use of piles. They are feasible, and so that design would be, and we've seen many other stairways where pile supports are incorporated into a design that is located within a riprap structure. And just very briefly, again, we appreciate all the comments by Surfrider, and our staff agreed with all those same points, which is why we've worked with the city to make some revisions. We do believe that the Special Condition 1 does require the accounting that Surfrider requested in terms of assessing the impacts and evaluating how the stairway and the riprap will affect beach access. I would also just note that this permit's not for a new riprap per se, it's for repair, so addition of rock to an existing rock revetment. It is continuing that existing protection for the public walk known as the Promenade in Ventura. But there is questions about, well, what will be the long-term plan? How do they maintain this? And that's the purpose of this 10-year authorization period with the requirement that the city return at the end of that 10 years with a long-term, more of a long-term adaptation plan so that we can evaluate how we will address sea level rise going forward in the future while maintaining this important public infrastructure. So with that, I'll just note that we're available for any questions and close staff comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to comment, as we heard from Surfrider today, the unusual El Nino weather event is predicted, and so unrelated to this issue, but for future issues, it may require us to do a lot of emergency permitting. I remember the 83, 84 one, in the particular part of the beach I lived in, there were homes that just went. And so I'm just wondering, as we project forward, what is the likelihood of offering some sort of workshop or some preparation for a major event as is being predicted? And so, a little unrelated to the topic, I support the item on the Ventura as presented, but I was just interested for future how that will be managed. It seems, at least from the modeling, it seems to be a significant event.
Through the chair, I'd love to just respond really quickly. I think what's been interesting is I totally agree the modeling is scary for this particular season, but we've seen also a lot of those in the last several years for different reasons. And so we are, I think we have actually worked pretty hard over the last several years with local governments to understand what this might look like. We went through this a couple years ago in prep for what we thought, again, turned out to be a very big storm season over the winter. And so we kind of proactively reached out to local governments through our district offices to, hey, are you ready? Hey, local governments, are you ready? Is there something that we need to be talking about now? So a similar idea to the workshop, but more focused through the district staff. But I think it's a great reminder that we may be in the same situation again this year, and we should be thinking about how we need to be doing outreach to local government. So I will definitely think about that, whether a workshop or do it through district staff. We'll talk amongst ourselves about what the most effective way is. And then just one overarching comment is I think we all understand that these types of storm conditions are going to be happening more frequently, and so we also need to know that going forward so that we're not doing everything by emergency permit. This is something that local governments and homeowners and folks, property owners on the coast we need to know this is coming, and the best way to think about how to adapt to those conditions is to go through, anticipate, this is going to happen, come to us early so that we can work through the regular process. That's always our preference. And it's, while this season is particularly difficult and we always have emergencies that come up and we will deal with those as they come up, we really want to encourage, again, local governments and property owners to be thinking ahead so that we don't have to deal with everything as an emergency when we know these things are going to happen more and more. So just wanted to put that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. This is on the Surfers Point. I have a couple just comments and questions. So first of all, I know a lot of effort and money and heart and soul went into the Surfers Point managed retreat. And this is just my own ignorance. So what you have is you have that large area, which it'll be very interesting to see if there is El Nino events that impact that coast. What happens there versus what happens over on the other area that has the seawall, et cetera. So is the goal, because my understanding is that managed retreat project was supposed to be continued to be extended. Could you just review? I know, and also when is the 10-year plan, when is that going to be discussed and what is the timeline? And you may have covered this already, but if you have, sorry.
Absolutely. Through the chair, I'll note that Surfers Point, of course, is a wildly important project to us. It's located a little ways up coast. It has two phases. Phase one has been completed, and this for background, Surfers Point was an area that did not have a rock revetment historically in the 1980s. It was subject to severe erosion. The public walkway, which was a continuation of this promenade, but an area where the promenade itself, this really large, beefy public walkway along the water, is not located. Instead, it's a more narrow walkway with a bike path, and that was eroded away. So later in the 90s, the commission, after much work with the city, arrived in that agreement for the managed retreat project. And phase one has occurred. And so that included dune restoration, managed retreat, and reconfiguration of a parking lot. Phase two is still underway, and that includes a second phase located between the first phase of Surfers Point and where really this formalized promenade is located. So this area doesn't include any of the project areas that were encapsulated by the Surfers Point project. it's the area just down coast of Surfers Point where we have this more formal promenade, concrete promenade walkway. And going to the 10-year plan, of course, that would date from the Data Commission action, a requirement that the city has these temporary, what we consider to be temporary repairs to the existing rock revetment, existing promenade. But given that it's past time to start planning for sea level rise and what we expect to happen, we expect that this 10-year window is the appropriate period of time for the city to conduct that planning effort and evaluate how the promenade and Surfers Point would work in conjunction and how that could be potentially reconfigured or reevaluated given future circumstances.
Just through the chair, yeah, I just want to say that given the success of the managed retreat, and I guess we'll see, in the storm season coming up, but and the opportunity there to continue that, I just want to express my strong support for what's happened and what could happen, because I don't see the promenade as having a bright future in the current as things exist today. The beach is essentially gone in front of the promenade, it looks like. And so it's just going to be subject to all of the wave action. So thanks so much for your work on this. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. If there are no other questions or comments.
I'll move approval of items moved to consent.
Okay. I'll second that. It's a motion by Commissioner Wilson. I've seconded. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Great, thank you. So I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch now, and I think we're going out for lunch, correct, Director?
Correct. Lunch is on your own today.
Okay, great. So if everyone could be back right at 1:30 to get started, please don't be late. Thank you so much.
I just had to do that. Okay. Hey, everyone. All right, we're calling the session the afternoon of the Coastal Commission meeting. I'm going to be chairing as our chair is got some appointments this afternoon that she couldn't avoid. We're going to start with item 10, the DDR South Central Coast. Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. And item 10 is the Deputy Director's report for the South Central Coast District, which this month includes 2 permit waivers, 2 permit extensions, and 1 emergency waiver. In regard to that emergency waiver, it was for the City of Santa Barbara Airport for dredging of approximately 9,000 cubic yards of sediment from Carneros Creek and the Firestone Ditch Culvert and temporary stockpiling, and that was in order to prevent flooding of the airport and runway areas. Staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report. Staff is available for questions.
Returning to the commission, do 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report? All right, seeing none, is there any public comment on this?
No commenters.
Okay, in that case, the DDR is adopted. So 11A has been approved on consent, and so we are moving, I believe,
To item 13A.
okay, 11A and 12A were both adopted on consent, so we're on item 13A, the Peaches appeal.
Yes, and item 13A will be presented by Gabriella Goff, a coastal program analyst in our South Central Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint presentation for this, please, if we could cue that up. And Gabriella, please take it away.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. The next item, 13A, is an appeal of a coastal development permit approved by the City of Malibu for the construction of a new 3,977.5 square foot, 2-story, 28-foot high, single-family residence with a basement, pool, spa, retaining walls, new on-site wastewater treatment system, and associated development. Next slide, please. The project site is located adjacent to Pacific Coast Highway on a bluff-top parcel near the Pacific Ocean and adjacent to existing single-family residential development. Our standard of review in this case is the City of Malibu's certified LCP. The city's permit action was appealed by the neighboring property owner, Matthew Mark, who contends that the approved project is inconsistent with the visual resource policies and provisions of the Malibu LCP. The appellant primarily asserts that the approved project does not adequately protect private views per the provisions of the Malibu Municipal Code. However, the Malibu Municipal Code is not the standard of review for coastal development permits. The standard of review in this case is the City of Malibu's certified LCP. The LCP contains no policies or provisions that protect private views. Therefore, the assertions related to private views are not valid grounds for appeal and are not evaluated here. The appellant also alleges that the approved project is not consistent with Malibu LUP policies that require development to be sited and designed to protect public views by minimizing visual impacts through height limits, view corridors, and overall compatibility with the surrounding landscape. The appellant states that the approved project is inconsistent with LIP section 6.5, requiring protection of ocean views from scenic public roads, claiming that the city did not adequately analyze whether the proposed 28-foot two-story structure could be redesigned to reduce visual impacts. The appellant asserts that although the city focuses on the project's 16-foot, 7-inch view corridor along the western property line, that only addresses part of the public blue water view requirement. LIP section 6.5E requires that new development on parcels seaward of public roads protect ocean views, and where the topography of a site does not permit the siting or design of a structure that is located below road grade, new development shall provide an ocean view corridor on the project site in which buildings shall not occupy more than 80% of the lineal frontage on the site. And the remaining 20% of lineal frontage shall be maintained as one contiguous view corridor, except on lots with a width of 50 feet or less in which the corridor can be split. Next slide, please. In this case, commission staff concurs with the city's findings that the proposed project would not have significant adverse impacts on scenic views to the ocean from PCH and other public viewing areas. As seen in the photograph of the subject site shown on this slide, the further reduction of the height of the structure would not serve to further reduce public view impacts from PCH, as even a one-story structure would still impede views. Regardless, the project is in conformance with the view corridor requirement of the certified LCP, and commission staff concurs with the city's findings that the project has been designed in a manner to minimize impacts to public views to the extent feasible, consistent with all requirements of the city's certified LCP. Next slide, please. The city's determination was based on a site visit, visual impact analysis, and evaluating the project for conformance with city codes. Next slide, please. The city determined that the approved two-story residence at a maximum height of 28 feet with a pitched roof will not significantly impact public ocean views from PCH and nearby public beaches. The applicant proposed a 16-foot, 7-inch view corridor seen here on this slide in pink, which is more than double the LCP required width of at least 20% of lineal frontage, and the city conditioned the CDP to ensure the view corridor is provided. In closing, the project as approved by the City of Malibu conforms with the relevant policies and provisions of the Malibu LCP related to the protection of scenic and visual resources. The city's record includes extensive factual evidence and legal support for their findings that the project is consistent with the relevant policies of the certified LCP. As such, staff recommends that the commission find that the appellant's contentions raise no substantial issue with regard to consistency with the policies and provisions of the certified LCP. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
Thanks so much, Ms. Goff. All right, I'll first ask if there's any ex partes on this. All right, seeing none, I'll go to public comment. Do we have any, we have the appellant?
We do not have anyone representing the appellant, or we don't have the appellant either. We only have Justin Block here in person with the applicant and a representative from the City of Malibu.
Okay, so I'm assuming I should proceed, although the appellant is not here. So we'll hear first from the applicant, and then we'll hear from the city.
All right, Justin Block.
How much time do you need, Mr. Block? That's perfect. That's consistent with my approach here. No,
could you please turn the mic on?
Just kidding.
There we go.
Okay.
I guess I need more than 5 seconds to figure out the button, but good afternoon. We agree with staff. I had a presentation, but staff covered everything. They showed all the visuals I was going to show. Fully agree with the recommendation and respectfully request that you follow the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll turn to, is it the City of Malibu?
Yes, he's just available for questions.
Okay, great. In that case, we'll bring it back to staff. Ms. Goff or Mr. Hudson, anything else?
No additional comments available for questions.
Great. All right, commissioners, is there any questions or comments or a motion?
I move to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, do we need to read that? Yeah, we're going to need to read the motion, which is a motion for finding of no substantial issue, and that is on page somewhere. Where is it? It's on page 7, if you want to attempt to read it, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Notoff will make the motion.
Keen for the voice. I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-4-MAL-26-0010 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and request a yes vote.
Thank you. And just to clarify that Commissioner Kelly has laryngitis, so that's why we're kidding around. But would you like to second, Commissioner?
Second.
That was fantastic. All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any objection to unanimous yes vote on this? All right. Seeing none, no substantial issue is found, and we will move on to our next item.
Thank you to the applicant for not talking us out of it.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 15, which is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District. It includes 13 permit waivers and 3 permit extensions. In addition, staff received 5 objections from members of the public in regard to 2 separate but related immaterial permit extensions being reported this month. Those were the CDP application numbers 5-21-0139E3 for the Miramar Hotel project and 5-21-0785-E3. That's for the Community Corporation of Santa Monica Affordable Housing Project. And those are 2 related projects, both within the city of Santa Monica. Because the objections were received within our 10-day period for public comment after the Deputy Director's Report was published, these 2 items will be brought back at a future hearing, likely next month in June, for action by the Commission on this time extension with additional information to address the issues raised in the objections. We're not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items for which action is needed today in the Deputy Director's Report. Staff is available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. Is any ex partes, any public comment?
We just have the applicant's representative available for questions.
On which item, just to be clear?
15.
15.
15, correct.
But is there a particular, I mean, just for the record, is there any specific waiver or item that they're here to respond to?
It was not indicated to us, no.
Okay, thank you. I'll return it to the commission and ask if 3 or more commissioners object to the adoption of the DDR, with the exception of the items that Mr. Hudson have indicated will be coming back to the commission. Any objection? Seeing none, the Deputy Director's Report for Los Angeles is adopted, and we will move on now to 17A, I believe, the Reyna appeal.
Okay, thank you, and we'll do a quick shuffling of staff.
All right, so that does take us to item 16, which is the Deputy Director's Report for South Coast District, Orange County. The report contains 2 waivers for projects in Laguna Beach and San Clemente and 1 CDP time extension. We're also reporting on an emergency action by the City of Laguna Beach to remove several trees along Lower Forest Avenue in the city's downtown area that the city deemed to be hazardous to public safety. That action was reported under Section 30611 of the Coastal Act as an emergency action by the city that is allowed without a CDP. The city will be determining next steps for tree replacement in the near future. And with that, we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers or the time extension in the report.
Thanks, Mr. Schwing. All right, is there any ex partes? Any public comment?
Yes, we have 5 individuals who would like to speak all on Zoom. The first 3 are George Weiss, Ann Kritzman, and Carly Andrews.
Okay, so let's call the first speaker. They'll each have 2 minutes, and if they could indicate which item they are speaking on, it would be helpful.
Okay.
I mean, which item within the DDR.
Got it. First up, we have George Weiss.
Yes, that's George Weiss. Thank you.
And
You hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. And could you indicate which item you're speaking on, please?
The Laguna Beach tree removals.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I urge the commission to deny retroactive approval for the tree removals and alterations executed by the city of Laguna Beach along Forest Avenue Promenade. As a former Laguna Beach City Council member, I've witnessed firsthand the procedural and missteps and lack of transparency that led to this. The actions taken by the current council and the city staff demonstrate a concerning disregard for both the health of our urban canopy and the established rights of our residents to participate in local government. Over the last 5 years, resident participation regarding the Promenade project has been systematically marginalized. The city's reliance on retroactive approval is not merely a bureaucratic shortcut, it's a fundamental breach of public trust. By acting first and seeking permission later, the city deliberately bypassed the standard environmental review and public comment periods designed to protect our community's natural assets. The public outrage has been palpable. I've sent several recent articles to the Coastal Commission, including one of my own, which illustrate the depth of the community's anger over the opaque process used to justify the destruction. Furthermore, the city's proposed mitigation is entirely inadequate. Replacing the mature trees with significantly smaller trees, place them in entirely different locations, fails to restore the shade, aesthetic value, and environmental benefits of the lost canopy. Therefore, I respectfully request the following actions. Deny the retroactive approval of the tree removals on Forest Avenue and remand this item back to the city of Laguna Beach with instructions to the Planning Commission to hold hearings regarding the mitigation plan. Residents must be afforded their rightful opportunity to weigh in on the selection of appropriate replacement tree species and their exact placement. Our urban canopy is a shared resource, and I thank you for your time and service to our commitment to the proper oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Next up, we have Ann Kritzman, followed by Carly Andrews. Ms. Kritzman? Ms. Kritzman, we're going to allow you to speak as an attendee. We're having a little bit of difficulty moving you in as a panelist. Please go ahead. And please do state which item you're speaking on. All right, we're going to move on to Carly Andrews, and then we'll try Ms. Kritzman again. Ms. Andrews, are you available to speak? And please do state which item you're speaking on. Ms. Kritzman, are you available? Pardon me, Ms. Andrews, are you available? Oh, here she is. Please go ahead, Ms. Andrews, and please do state which item you're speaking on.
Okay, I'd like to speak about item 16W. And I would like to ask the Coastal Commission not to grant the City of Laguna Beach a waiver request for the unapproved removal of the 9 trees on Forest Avenue. Many of us are really concerned that this was a fabricated emergency staged so that the public wouldn't be involved and legal protocol wouldn't have to be followed. In 2019, we started a petition to save the downtown trees on Forest Avenue, precisely the trees that were cut down a couple weeks ago. The picture we used had the trees with big red X's on them. We got 6,000 signatures on that petition. The trees were temporarily saved. I believe that saving these trees was never a priority for the city. In fact, I would argue that it's been a plan to remove them for years. The timeline to me and to many others doesn't make sense. On March 21st, the first tree fell because it was compromised by construction. A couple weeks later, the UDEC report was obtained. Then a week later, the Waypoint report. Then 2.5 weeks later, the Monarch environmental report was supposed to be received on April 20th. They said it first at 3 p.m. and then changed that to a phone call that happened earlier that day. And I think the problem is that, the public and everyone else saw these trucks and shippers parked in the World Bank parking lot since 11 o'clock that morning. If you look at the image that was submitted by the city to the Coastal Commission, the image is titled Existing Trees, dated April 16th, 2026. And the legend says removal or preserve and monitor. And a lot of us believe that this image was actually created on April 16th, not afterwards. And we would like the Coastal Commission. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we're going to try Ann Kritzman again, followed by Mary Locatelli. Ms. Kritzman, please go ahead and please state which item you're speaking on. Ms. Kritzman, are you available? Okay, we're going to move on to Mary Locatelli. Ms. Locatelli, please go ahead and please state which item you're going to be speaking on.
Yes, I'm also speaking on item 16W. The city would have you believe that hours after receiving a confirming arborist report on April 20th that recommended the trees and forests be removed, in the interest of public safety, the city had no choice other than to order the immediate, meaning that evening, removal of the trees. It had no time to follow its own tree removal policy and no time to obtain a permit from this commission. Allow me to offer a different interpretation. On April 3rd, the city received its first arborist report on the trees, which recommended the removal of 9 trees on forest. Apparently in anticipation that a second arborist report would confirm that recommendation, the city began ordering new trees and had silva-cells that are designed to support planting of new trees delivered to the work site. However, while it began planning for life after tree removal on April 3rd, in the 17 days between then and the removal of the trees, it chose not to initiate procedures to follow its own tree removal policy for public trees. That policy would have included posting the arborist report, notifying the public of the removal recommendation, identifying the trees in question with a visible ribbon, accepting public comment for 7 days, and posting a summary of responses and a final recommendation to the website. And perhaps it also could have requested a Coastal Commission permit before the trees were removed, rather than a waiver the day after. A tangential question surrounds who made the decision. Was the city manager with no consultation with the council? Post-council comments indicated that was not likely the case. Or was it the city manager in consultation with the council? If this was the case, was there a Brown Act violation? So at this point, what can be done? Unfortunately, we can't bring the trees back, but we can address the process going forward. The new planting scheme should not be dictated by council. Before any new planting occurs, the plan should be returned to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council for review and resident input regarding both tree selection and placement. Specific care should be directed not only to aesthetics and tree compatibility with environmental considerations, but also to public safety and emergency evacuation plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Locatelli. We're going to try Ann Kritzman one last time.
Yes.
Ms. Kritzman, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, and could you please
Can you hear
state, we can hear you, and can you please
Okay.
state which item you're going to be speaking on?
I'm speaking on item 16.
Thank you. Please go
Laguna
ahead.
Beach.
Yes.
Yes. I just want to go over what happened at 5:25.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
I just want to go back. The DDR is item 15, isn't it?
It's item 16.
It is. Oh, it is 16. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you speaking on the Laguna Beach item?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Sorry about that.
Okay. So I get a text at 5:25 on April 20th saying that there's an emergency tree meeting at 6 o'clock that night. It's sort of a last minute thing. We all got on. There was about 80 of us. This has been a very contentious project from day one. They start talking about the trees and talking about how one fell in the middle of the night, and that this is safety. Everything was safety, and that they had to take these trees down. And we're all talking, coming up, brainstorming ideas. Well, why can't you steel cable them until we figure it out? Pour some more concrete over what was there. You know, we all were brainstorming. Never one time did they say, we are actually taking these trees down tonight, right after the meeting. So because of safety. However, that tree fell on March 21. They didn't, so we leave that meeting, unbeknownst to us, it was never mentioned. They took all the trees down all through the middle of the night. So there was no safety concern for a month. And they tell us, oh, we're sorry, we didn't handle it right. Oh, we're sorry. And now they're telling the Coastal Commission, oh, we're sorry, we need a waiver. We're sorry, we didn't do this right. Until there's some sort of consequences, the city is going to continue to do this. If they really did do this for safety, these are the same trees they originally slated to go away. I would ask the Coastal Commission, maybe have them then, if this was for safety and not for what their original plan was, how about you put them in the same place where you took these trees out, the same specimen trees, and very large. There's already somebody that is going to donate $10,000 for one tree. Or was this really their plan all along? And the only way to get these trees out was to cite these safety concerns and then do them in the middle of the night, when now there's no evidence. Now nobody in the public got to see it. So I would say make them put the same trees back in the same spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chrisman. We had one speaker available from the city of Laguna Beach to answer questions, but we're not able to find them in the Zoom webinar.
Okay, so the city is not represented currently in online?
No, they are not.
All right. Can I bring it back to staff? Mr. Schwing, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. So yeah, we do want to acknowledge the situation here in the city. We certainly understand that a lot of people have very strong feelings about these trees and the process that was carried out locally. And, you know, just want to recognize that. But I also want to make clear that as part of the Deputy Director's report, this particular item is just a reporting item. It's not something that the Commission is taking formal action on. Under 30611 of the Coastal Act, the city has to notify us that they've taken this action, and that's what they've done here. There's an opportunity for the Executive Director to review whether the city's action conformed with 30611 in terms of its provisions, and we have no evidence that they did not comply. We believe they comply. So at this point, it's just a reporting item. This is a locally certified area, and next steps will be carried out by the city itself through their coastal permit process.
Okay, thank you very much. Turning to the Commission, are there any comments? And if not, do 3 or more commissioners object to the adoption of the Deputy Director's report itself? All right, seeing none, the DDR is adopted. We'll move on to the next item.
Thank you. So that does take us now to item 17A. That is the Reyna appeal. And Vince Lee, lead analyst on the project, is going to do the staff presentation. Go ahead, Vince.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have the slide queued up, please. Item 17A is an appeal filed by South Laguna Civic Association and Christopher Moore of a coastal development permit granted by the City of Laguna Beach to Tony Reyna. Next slide, please. The subject site is a currently vacant blufftop parcel of varying elevations that totals approximately 24,000 square feet in the City of Laguna Beach. The project site is designated as Village Low Density per the certified LUP and Residential Low Density per the certified IP. The city-approved development involves the construction of a new 7,231 square feet, three-story single-family residential structure with an attached 3-car garage, elevated decks, retaining walls, pool, spa, and landscaping on this vacant oceanfront blufftop lot. The Commission's standard of review for the proposed development is the City of Laguna Beach Certified LCP and the Chapter 3 Public Access and Recreational Policies of the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. The appellants contend that the city-approved project raises 3 issues as to consistency with the city's LCP, which are that the city's bluff edge determination is inconsistent with the LCP's definition, and thus all requirements relating to blufftop development have not been properly assessed. The proposed 3-story residence would impact public views, and the project did not consider protection of archaeological and paleontological resources. Next slide, please. The Commission's staff geologist, Philip Johnson, has reviewed the applicant proposed and city-approved geotechnical analyses, bluff edge determination, topographic surveys, cross-sections, coastal hazard analysis, historic aerial photographs, and the proposed architectural plans. Based on his analysis, Mr. Johnson estimates the bluff edge on the subject site as the 115 feet elevation contour shown in green dotted line in this slide, which is mostly landward of the proposed residence, which is shown in blue solid line in the slide. Based on the bluff edge determination for the subject site, most of the proposed single-family residence and associated development, including the pool, spa, elevated decks, and retaining walls, would occur on the bluff face. Therefore, strict application of the bluff edge setback policies would render the project non-approvable, and staff believes that the appellant's contention as to the city's bluff edge determination does raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. The appellants claim that the project site is located in an area of unique scenic quality, and the proposed 3-story residential structure would obstruct public views both from the state scenic highway and from the beach, inconsistent with the LCP. Despite the city's record finding that the project is designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas along Coast Highway, Policy 2.10 of the LUP requires new development to maximize the preservation of coastal views and minimize blockage of existing views. Policy 7M of the City Certified Open Space Conservation Element also requires new development along Pacific Coast Highway to preserve existing views where feasible and where topography allows new development to be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway. As will be further described in the de novo staff presentation, there is a viable project alternative that further minimizes blockage of existing coastal views taken from the Coast Highway by further lowering the elevation of the proposed structure. Therefore, staff believes that the city did not adequately consider the project's consistency with the visual resource protection policies of the LCP, and the appellant's contention with regard to visual resource impact does raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. The appellants contend that even though the project site contains a well-developed prehistoric shell midden deposit, the city's approval did not require a map that shows where construction and construction-related activities, including staging, will take place in relation to the shell midden, and did not require a full paleontological assessment of the project area. Consequently, the appellants argue that the city inadequately found the project will not adversely affect archaeological or paleontological resources. The city's findings state that a cultural resource assessment was completed for the project by evaluating project impacts to historic and archaeological resources. The results of the assessment have revealed that there are known archaeological resources on site. The applicant has proposed to avoid development of the proposed residential structure on the portion of the known resource identified as significant. Nonetheless, given the presence of archaeological resources within the project site and the identification of several prehistoric archaeological resources in the immediate project vicinity, the city found that there is a potential to encounter previously unknown archaeological resources during construction of the project. Based on these results, the applicant proposed mitigation measures for archaeological and Native American construction monitoring to occur during project-related ground disturbing activities, conduct training sessions for construction personnel, and require best management practices for inadvertent discovery of resources and human remains, and prepare a monitoring report within 14 days of concluding the archaeological monitoring. With regard to the paleontological resource impacts, the City Council requested information from the CEQA consultant on paleontological resources. The City Council considered, as reflected in the CEQA document, that a vertebrate paleontology records check was conducted by the LA County Natural History Museum for paleontological resources on the project site and in the vicinity. And the research did not find any recorded paleontological resources within the project site boundaries. The city found that the CEQA document reflected that the mitigation measure would ensure protection of paleontological resources encountered during excavation on site. Therefore, staff believes that the city had adequately found the project will not adversely affect archaeological or paleontological resources based on the proposed mitigation measures, and the appellant's contention with regard to these resource impacts do not raise a substantial issue. Next slide. In sum, staff recommends that the commission determine that a substantial issue exists with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed, because the project as approved by the city has not been adequately reviewed for consistency with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act and the certified LCP. Unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on the substantial issue determination, substantial issue will be deemed to exist, and we will move on to the commission's de novo action on this item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. All right, I'm going to turn to the commission, ask if there are any ex partes, first of all. All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask if 3 or more commissioners want to have a hearing on substantial issue. If 3 or more do not want to have a hearing, substantial issue will be found, and we will move to the de novo hearing. Seeing no one, do we need to have the motion on the no vote, or we'll just proceed with de novo? Oh, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Sorry, substantial issue is found, and we will proceed with the hearing de novo. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have the PowerPoint up again. All right. So we will now move on to the de novo CDP application for the project. After commission staff has shared its bluff edge determination of the site, the applicant submitted an analysis showing the remaining buildable area on the project parcel after applying the commission's determination of the bluff edge setback on the site. The resulting allowable buildable area was approximately 1,168 square feet within the project site, which is an overall site area of 24,000 square feet. As described in detail in the potential taking section of the published staff report for this item, staff believes that the strict application of the bluff edge setback policies could potentially result in an unconstitutional taking of private property without payment of just compensation, as staff believes that it is infeasible for the project to fully conform to the 25 feet minimum bluff edge development setback and still provide a reasonable economic use of the property. Therefore, in this case, even though staff believes that the project as proposed is inconsistent with the bluff top setback policies, in light of the evidence that denying the proposed project could constitute an unlawful taking of the applicant's property, staff recommends that the commission determine that the applicant is entitled to a reasonable economic use of the property. Accordingly, allowing some such development in order to avoid a potential taking is consistent with Section 30010 of the Coastal Act, provided that the impacts to the coastal bluff and visual resources are avoided to the maximum extent feasible. In doing so, staff notes that the commission must assess whether there is a superior project alternative in terms of minimizing impacts and bringing the project into greater conformity with the goals of the LCP. And that would still provide a viable economic use of the property. Next slide, please. In this case, staff determined that there is no project alternative that would avoid all impact on the bluff slope, that would not result in a potential take, and strict application of the 25 minimum setback from the bluff edge is not possible on the site. In addition, even though the proposed structure would mostly be located seaward of the 25 minimum bluff edge setback. Commission staff geologist Philip Johnson confirmed that there is no non-bluff stability or erosion concern on the site when accounting for future sea level rise when accounting for future sea level rise. Additionally, Commission staff ecologist Dr. Corey Clutterbuck also conducted a site visit and confirmed that there is no environmentally sensitive habitat area on the site, thus requiring a material change in the proposed home size and design does not appear in this particular case to be necessary to provide for any significant coastal resource benefits. Staff believes that applying the string line for development setback would be the most feasible method to ensure consistency with their certified LCP while avoiding a taking of the property. Although usually the deck string line is more seaward than the building string line, in this case, the house under construction on the immediate property to the south of the project site does not have a deck at the lowest level and has a deck further landward on the site at the next level up, resulting in the building string line situated more seaward than the deck string line. So in this case, staff believes that applying the building string line for both the primary structure and the accessory structure is consistent with the intent of the certified LCP. And as proposed, the principal structure is already landward of the identified building string line setback, but the proposed accessory structure, including the pool, spa, and elevated decks, are seaward of the building string line. And therefore, staff recommends special condition 1, which requires the applicant to submit revised final plans that fully conform to the identified building string line setback. Next slide, please. Policy 2.10 of the LUP requires new development to maximize preservation of coastal views and minimize blockage of existing views. Policy 7M of the certified open space conservation element also requires new development along Coast Highway to preserve existing views where feasible and where the topography allows new development to be terraced below the grade of Coast Highway. Commission staff requested further information from the applicant to evaluate how the proposed project could be made consistent with these policies. And in response, the applicant proposed a project alternative to lower the entire structure by an additional 4 feet to maximize visual resource gains while meeting the city's maximum allowable driveway slope requirement. This alternative would result in a roof height of 2 feet and 11 inches above the elevation of the existing curb fronting Coast Highway and maintain the existing approximately 180 feet of largely unobstructed blue water views along Coast Highway. Staff believes that the limitations on the site's building area and the project's need to conform with the city's driveway slope requirement makes strict compliance with Policy 7M not feasible in this case. However, staff believes that the proposed project alternative would satisfy Policy 7M by minimizing the obstruction of public views, by lowering the proposed project to the extent feasible and as allowed by the topography of the project site. The proposed project would cascade down the bluff face and would not significantly disturb the viewshed from Coast Highway, while also allowing the applicant a reasonable opportunity to develop their property and improve it with a new home. Therefore, staff recommends special condition 1, requiring the applicant to submit revised final plans that would lower the elevation of the proposed structure not to exceed 2 feet 11 inches above the existing curve fronting Coast Highway. Next slide, please. Staff further notes that since the publication of the staff report, the Commission received 1 comment from the applicant's representative in support of the staff recommendation and 5 public comments in opposition to staff recommendation, which are included in the correspondence tab of this item. And staff would also note that a staff report addendum is published to respond to the concerns raised in the comments. In closing, staff recommends the Commission approve the de novo permit as revised with 15 special conditions, and the motion can be found on page 16 of the staff report.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing on this, and I am going to start by just asking the applicant briefly how much time they'd like so that I can judge how much time to give. How much time do you think? 10, between 10 to 12 minutes. All right, I'm going to grant this in Okay, good to know. All right, in that case, I'm going to give an equal amount of time to the appellant, and I would ask the appellants to come forward if they're here or on Zoom, or even if they're participating here.
All right, we have the appellant.
The applicant goes first because we're on de novo.
Oh, excuse me, that's absolutely right. So we'll go ahead with your 10 to 12 minutes. Right, so the situation, I can clarify. Thank you very much, counsel. The situation here is that we've already found substantial issue, so we're now in holding a de novo hearing. So this is kind of like a coastal development permit hearing. So we'll start with you. You can do whatever you'd like. I'll give you the 10 to 12 minutes you've asked, and if you'd like time for rebuttal, we'll reserve that. All right, so let's put 12 minutes on the clock and see how it goes, and if you could state your name, please, sir, that'll be great. And thank you so much, Ms. Warren. Sorry about that.
The microphone button, please, sir.
The PowerPoint for, I can bring it up, okay. And do I have a clicker or do I say change? Just say next slide. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Fred Gaines with the law offices of Rand, Pastor, and Nelson. Here today representing the applicant, Tony Reyna, who is here. Also with us today is the project architect, Horst Knoppenberger. We urge you to adopt the staff recommendation and approve the project with conditions. The applicant accepts all 15 of the conditions without reservation. This includes lowering the structure 4 feet, relocating all of the development landward of the building string line, and recording a deed restriction for a 16-foot public view corridor. These reflect genuine mitigation for protecting coastal resources. The takings issue here comes to be because of 3 different independent constraints applied together eliminate any viable residential use on the property. When you take the staff's bluff edge determination, plus the LCP bluff edge setback, you take the shell midden, staying away from the shell midden deposit on the north side, and then the visual resource cap that we've agreed to get the project down to only being 2 feet 11 above the curb, so that people walking by, driving by have a beautiful blue water view. That limits us to that trapezoid you saw of 1,168 square feet. And if you continue to have the height cap, that's going to be underground, or mostly underground, and allows about 700 square feet of habitable space. This situation satisfies the takings criteria of denial of all economic use, severe economic impact, frustrated investment-backed expectations, and disproportionate burden of these regulations on this particular client. So what does the staff do in this situation? They turn to Coastal Act Section 30010, which does not require a final takings adjudication, only a record-based finding that strict enforcement would affect a taking, and that threshold is clearly met here. The building string line is an existing certified LCP mechanism, so you can't use the bluff setback because it causes this, but you go to the next mechanism, which is the string line. It's not a new or ad hoc standard. You're not making anything up. This is in the LCP, and it's the minimum departure from the one standard to the other. Staff's own ecologists confirmed there's no esh on the property. Staff correctly found that further reducing the home size would yield no meaningful additional coastal resource benefit. If you could go to slide number 2. All of this needs to be looked at in context of what I want to show you the development in the area. And it's hard to read here, but we've gone through the FARs of the most recent projects. This one would be 29%. The others that are listed on the left side of the slide there, 27%, 31%, 31%, 26%, 27%. Looking north from the property, there's a substantial condominium project which occupies all of the area from Coast Highway to the beach. Looking south from the property, the house under construction next door at 31461 was approved with a lawful CDP approved by the city and not appealed to Coastal Commission. On that property, they used the 57-foot bluff. We're now applying the 115-foot bluff on the exact same bluff. and that construction extends over the entire slope of what under this case would not be allowed to have any construction. Further south is Bluff Drive, which has 2 rows of houses between South Coast Highway and the beach. Houses on the ocean side of Bluff Drive all extend down the face of the bluff as the commission interprets it. Bluff Drive occupying all of the land. At the end, it terminates in Table Rock Point, where another large multi-story condominium project. A reasonable person would expect that the applicant would be able to build a significant residence like those that surround the subject property. The effect of strict enforcement in this case would frustrate that core residential expectation associated with ownership of the property, supporting the taking determination as described by staff. If you could quickly go to slide 3, again showing the project under construction currently immediately next to us on the right, a rendering of the project here, which would then be, it shows the string line of which everything to the left of the string line would be removed, and shows the large condominium on one side, the multiple homes on the other. The next slide, please. Again, an aerial view of the string line going across from the existing construction immediately next to us to the home on the other side.
Excuse me, sir. I have a couple commissioners asking for you to just pause a minute. If we could go back one slide. Could you pause the time, please? Is that the slide you'd like to take a look at?
Yes, please.
And do you want to just look at it longer?
Yeah, I just
or-
want to look at it and I want them to explain which house, which is which.
Okay. The one that's sort of mocked up, it's not an actual structure, it's a mock-up or a drawing.
That's a mock-up. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That is the proposed project. The one adjacent is under construction.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to go fast, but yes.
That's okay. Does everyone have that clarified?
Yep.
All right. In that case, can we move to the next slide?
The pretty color one is ours, and the gray one under construction is the construction going on as we speak.
All right, so let's continue and
yes, if you can go to the next slide, I do want to show the commission what we did and what we worked on with staff here on opening up the Blue Water view. This is the stretch of Coast Highway to the north of us, showing the houses. The houses on the far right were both Coast CDP approved. The very large condo project. And then 2 houses next to us, and then we're at the end. And you could see with lowering it down so it's only a little over 2 feet 11 above the curb, starts to open up the ocean water view. Next slide. This next slide shows the last 2 CDPs issued in the area. Next slide, please. That are on the north side. They had 10-foot, 12-foot view corridors, but houses right up, giving, without blocking the ocean view from the highway. The next slide, of course, the large condominium complex. And the next slide, you can see what we've done here is not only lowered the project so that you have blue water view here, but we have a 20-foot with our 16 feet and the 4 feet next to us, which is the largest view corridor along this entire stretch. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what it'll look like from across the street, across PCH. Next slide. And here's the actual one before that. You can see the flag. So this is standing at the curb. You can see where the flag would be, which would be the building, and the blue water view that would exist beyond that. So we've worked to try to go after what the largest public view benefit that we could provide. Let me, if I can, give a response to some of the appellant's arguments. I didn't hear them today yet, but they were included in their correspondence. The appellant believes that limiting the development to 700 feet in a subterranean structure is reasonable and legal. And the appellant now even is asking for the neighbor's construction to be stopped and that permit to be revoked. These extreme outcomes are not supported by law or the Coastal Act. First, appellant's no-taking argument misstates the inquiry. The relevant inquiry is whether the application of the regulation presents facts which support a reasonable conclusion that a taking under established constitutional standards would arise. Staff appropriately applies the correct standard. Staff identifies substantial evidence in the record demonstrating that strict application of the bluff edge setback, particularly when combined with other development restrictions, would leave the property with a severely constrained development envelope, limiting the buildable area to 4.7% of the entire lot, and the size, configuration, and habitable area of any structure inside of that buildable area to being less than 700 square feet. That factual showing is sufficient to justify evaluation of the project under Coastal Act 30010. The appellant next contends that any alleged hardship is self-created because the applicant previously pursued a lot line adjustment. This argument is completely unsupported by the law. The lot line adjustment at issue was lawfully approved by the city over a decade ago, resulting in 2 legal residential parcels. There is no authority holding that a property owner forfeits constitutional protections by engaging in lawful agency-approved land use actions, particularly where the regulatory constraint at issue, in this case the bluff edge setback, applies independently of the parcel configuration. The appellant contends that the takings analysis is flawed because it miscalculates buildable area. But as discussed in the staff report and as shown on our PowerPoint, the apples-to-apples comparison proves that the project as recommended for approval is consistent in floor area ratio to the surrounding properties. In any event, takings law does not turn on zoning definitions or numerical percentages. The inquiry focuses on economic impact and functional feasibility evaluated in light of the property's physical characteristics and regulatory context. The appellant argues that staff improperly relied on the residence next door, the one under construction, in evaluating reasonable investment-backed expectations. This argument, again, mischaracterizes the staff's position. Staff does not treat surrounding development as a vested entitlement or baseline right. Rather, otherwise we'd be out to the same bluff edge that they're out to. Rather, surrounding development patterns are considered contextually consistent with takings law to assess whether the expectation of constructing a viable single-family residence on a legally created residential parcel was reasonable. And finally, here the string line is an existing certified siting mechanism. As conditioned, all principal and accessory structures will be located landward of the string line, thereby reducing bluff face impacts and limiting future encroachment. Staff's recommended approval of the revised project will avoid constitutional infirmity while minimizing inconsistency with the certified LCP and continuing to protect coastal resources to the maximum extent feasible, exactly what Coastal Act Section 30010 calls for. In closing, the record is clear, the staff analysis is well-founded, and the proposed conditions are appropriately tailored. We respectfully urge the Commission to adopt staff's findings and approve the project as conditioned. It's been 7 years through the process, over 2 years with this appeal pending. Mr. Reyna and his project architect are here and are available for any questions that you may have. I want to thank the Commission for their time, and if you would allow me a couple of minutes of rebuttal, if necessary, after the other comments, I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gaines. All right, now I'll ask how many folks are here as opponents, I guess. At this time, I'm assuming the former appellants of council have just now become public commenters.
They're just members of the public, correct.
All right, so how many people are speaking about this project?
So we have 2, one on Zoom, one in person.
Okay, my sense is to give them 4 minutes each, and that's how we're going to proceed. So let's start with the first person.
Understood. First up, we have Scott Sebastian, the appellant. We're having a little bit of trouble finding them on the webinar. So Mr. Sebastian, if you're there, please go ahead and raise your hand if you're on the phone by hitting *9.
Did you say there's someone in the room?
Yes,
Why don't we begin with that?
Absolutely. Mitch Silverstein, if you're available. No, not pardon me, not as a representative.
It's a de novo hearing at this time. It's good to know that I'm not the only confused person. Yeah. Makes me feel a lot better.
Not trying to
okay, Mitch, I'm going to give you 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
I know, it's hard to believe.
Oh my gosh.
I know you won't take it, though.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein with Surf Fighter Foundation. We appreciate staff's extensive work on this difficult case, and we don't dispute that some development needs to be allowed here. Our concern is with how much. Section 30010 instructs the commission to approve enough development to avoid a constitutional taking, not as much development as the applicant desires. Staff's own addendum acknowledges that only a court can ultimately determine whether a taking has occurred. Given that uncertainty and at least kind of our read of the Supreme Court cases around takings is we believe the commission has more discretion to pull this development further from the bluff face. The Coastal Act and the Laguna Beach LCP were firmly in place when this property was purchased. Any investor in a coastal blufftop lot at that time took on the responsibility of understanding the development restrictions already in place. At least that's what we think a reasonable person would expect. And the size of the neighboring properties relative to this one are, I guess, immaterial in our opinion, because some are pre-Coastal Act, and then the neighboring one, which is further landward than this one, that was never properly reviewed. It wasn't appealed, so it wasn't reviewed by the commission. So that's not the same as being consistent with the LCP. We also note that the self-created hardship argument raised by other commenters and the appellants does deserve additional attention. The applicant voluntarily reconfigured lot lines and sold the neighboring property. Those are decisions that directly shape the constrained conditions now being used to justify approving a 7,200 square foot home on a bluff face that the LCP clearly protects. We do want to acknowledge that the no future armoring requirement, the view corridor deed restriction, and the lowered structure elevation are meaningful protections that we support. But we urge the commission to explore whether a meaningfully smaller project can provide reasonable economic use while doing less harm to the coastal bluff and ultimately the beach below. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We're still not able to find Scott Sebastian on Zoom. There are no more speakers.
Okay, so the former appellant is not available to speak, not on Zoom.
Correct.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'll bring it back to staff. Or actually, do you have any rebuttal? Because I'll give you a minute, given.
Fred Gaines on behalf of the appellant.
Mr. Gaines, if I could interrupt you, I think it might be worthwhile addressing the issue about the sale of the other property and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I mean, to me, if you wouldn't mind addressing the sale of the adjacent property that Mr. Silverstein referred to that created the hardship and resulted in the takings.
Well, that did not create the hardship. There were two lots to begin with. There was a lot line adjustment done to make the lots more even. One was smaller and this one was actually smaller, was made a little larger. And then that was done over 10 years ago, and then one of the lots was sold. And the one that was sold went on to be developed, as you saw the construction that's going forward. You've been told that it was reasonable at the time to think that you couldn't have this kind of a house, or you couldn't have this kind of a bluff determination. But that's exactly what the neighbor got. He got that bluff determination because that is the city's bluff determination done by an independent review. The city went through, determined that the 57 feet was the bluff, and he got approved. Same thing the city did with us. They treated us the same. But when it got to commission said, no, we think the bluff is up here. And that's why we've been working with them to deal with the impacts and how we deal with this in this particular case. So would it be reasonable for this owner to believe they're going to be treated exactly like the one next door? I think a lot of people would think, yes, that's reasonable. But this is not 10 years ago, 20 years ago. This is right now. They're constructing a house right now. But we're not fighting that at this point. We're agreeing with staff that here's the situation and here's the mitigations that go to the actual resource impacts here. It's nowhere, if I could have 30 more seconds.
Go ahead, you can have one more minute to...
Yeah. Nowhere in this analysis does it talk about how big the house is. It talks about what regulation do you apply, and whether you, and in this case, we can't apply the bluff setback regulation because that results in the taking. So we take the next regulation, which is the string line, which is a very common regulation included in the LCP, and we apply that. And then we look to see, does that mitigate the impacts? And what we've done here in lowering the building, in giving the view corridor, has mitigated the impacts that have been identified. And in fact, the staff report talks about there's no ESHA on the site, so having it be smaller doesn't affect the ESHA determination. There are, and the making the building smaller doesn't go to mitigating any of the specific impacts that are directed here. That's the analysis that was done, I think, correctly by the staff, and that's why we ask that you support the staff recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Gaines. Appreciate it. All right, I'll bring it back to staff.
Thank you, Vice
Mr.
Chair
Schrein?
Hart. We've just received indication that Scott Sebastian is available.
Okay.
That he would be calling in for this item. So I think we could check and see if that's occurred yet.
We're looking out for him. No sign of him yet in the Zoom webinar.
Who are you hearing that he's available from?
We understand they called our district office and said that they were having trouble getting through. But
I'm just a little concerned because of the prior hearing. I wonder if it's worth taking a break and we can try to contact them. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, see if we can contact the appellant who's having problems. And if we can't, then we'll continue the hearing. If that's acceptable to everyone? Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, good news. Mr. Sebastian has been able to connect, and I'm going to give him 4 minutes once we get him on the Zoom.
All right, Mr. Sebastian, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good news. Mr. Sebastian has been able to connect.
Please go ahead and mute the speaker that you have in the background there.
That was actually me. I'm not sure why it's replaying what I just said.
Mr. Sebastian, you've been promoted to a panelist.
Oh, he's delayed the streaming. I got it. Okay.
Go ahead and speak.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I want to thank your staff for being helpful. They called me and
Please
did all
go
sorts
ahead
of
and mute the speaker that you have in the background there.
It's actually me. I'm not sure why it's.
Sir, if you have the meeting running in the background, could you please mute it or turn that off and just speak to us through the Zoom?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And it was my fault again. Technical difficulties. Thank you very much. Thanks to the staff for getting me on. I represent the South Laguna Civic Association. We have a letter in the file. We had basically 2 objections to the project, and we want to support 2 of the items on the appeal. First, we do believe that the applicant has a vested interest in having an appropriately developable project on the site. We don't think that the project he has submitted is in scale with the appropriate development that we see as correct here. And we have laid out all of our arguments as backup to appeal, and we also cite staff find that the site does have a buildable area and that the standard that has been applied here with, well, maybe being unconstitutional stating is not the only standard that could be applied. Our second objection is that we found that the staking of the property does not stake the actual line where the view would be cut off from the street, but actually stakes the line of the roof at the street. So in fact, what you saw in the photographs earlier is more ocean view than we get, which we calculate that would be about 1.5 degrees of ocean view, just a very tiny sliver of what's there now. The city's land use element and the city's Pacific Coast Highway conservation element, open space and conservation element, talk very much about how we want to preserve existing views. There's an existing view out over the bluffs that has been there forever. Many of the things that were shown as precedents, like the adjacent buildings, were there not only before the city's current general plan and LCP, but also before the Coastal Commission called into existence. So those, in our opinion, are not appropriate precedents. This was an existing view that we believe should be preserved. And if you do not agree with us about the issue of the square footage of the project and the purported taking, we would like you at least to consider further lowering the house to the level of the very large house that's on the adjacent lot, so that we do preserve a significant amount of the ocean view that we've always had. That would require approximately 5.5 to 6 feet of lowering in addition to the 4 feet that city has, that the staff have already recommended. Thank you for your attention. That's it. Only 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Sebastian. Appreciate it. All right. Are you feeling that you need another minute? I know it's been an awkward situation. All right, go ahead, please, because I wanted to give you time to. Mr. Sebastian's completed his comments. I'm going to give the applicant 1 more minute, given the.
Again, Fred Gaines on behalf of the applicant. The only point I wanted to make was, how did we come up with 2 feet 11 as the lowering? That was to get a driveway in. It was the maximum slope driveway to get into the site. That is how much we lowered it. So it was reverse engineering. Staff asked, how much can you lower it? And we went and did the driveway at the maximum allowed slope, and to get it into the garage, this is how much we could lower it, and that's how we came up with this, and then we've shown you the renderings. But I just wanted you to know that there was a reason to the number, and that was the reason. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Gaines. All right, at this time I'm going to close the public hearing and return to staff. Mr. Schwing.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I just wanted to speak to the size of the structure. I mean, staff certainly struggled with that very thing, in our analysis of this project. And what we focused on are the coastal resource impacts that are associated with it. And you heard that in our initial presentation, and we did outline that in our staff report addendum. But with the conditions that we're imposing, it complies with the string line. You get the maximum view over the site, and you also have the view corridor. So all of those things together, and also just considering the cultural resources that we needed to be mindful of, we felt that this design met all those requirements.
Thanks. Anything else from staff? I'll turn to the commission in 1 second, and it looks like if you've completed your staff response, Commissioner Preciado, do you have questions or comments?
I appreciate the process that has gone. I appreciate the process that was used to take another look at this project, and I appreciate the applicant's willingness to participate in this new approach to developing your own property. One of the things that I'm trying to just understand is, and I realize that there are view corridors associated with the blue ocean. And what I'm trying to determine is whose view corridor are we advocating for? Is it the member of the public standing on the street that can see, or is it the person across in another property that has a view corridor now, and maybe they didn't anticipate somebody would build in front of them? So I'm just trying to make sense of this, because ultimately, while we must follow what the code allows us to do without doing. And my friend, about a year ago, you talked to me about using the word taking. It's been about a year. It's my anniversary too, Mr. Jackson. I used the word taking, and I was advised that's not a taking. But it's very similar because it goes back to this height associated with view corridor for whom. And so if you could speak to that, it'd be interesting to see, have the public hear how we determine whose public interest is it for that view corridor. Because if it's not for members of the public who are on the street or a car driving by, I think it's very challenging to be thinking about a view corridor for the property owner across the street. So I'm just trying to make sense of that without going out of bounds.
Sure, if I may, through the chair. So what we're essentially talking about here are the difference between public views from public vantage points versus views from private property. And our focus here is on views from public vantage points, the road, the sidewalk, et cetera, et cetera. This particular LCP does have some interesting language in it about private views. That's not something we have generally enforced. That is something that the local government tackles in terms of private views.
The second question that is counterintuitive is that since one property, or this property, was reviewed, but the property adjacent was not reviewed, there's this completely different, shall we say, outcome of maybe how it's situated on the lot and et cetera. Because ultimately our interest is to protect the natural resource, right? That includes the bluff, or is the bluff. So, but given the changes that were made in consultation with staff and the accommodations to create a better project, I'm very supportive. I don't know where my colleagues are going to be, but I'm going to be supportive of supporting that this project move forward in its current scale, if it continues to meet what you have outlined as the new requirements for this development, which is to allow that view corridor, to have the setback. And it's really interesting to follow how you were able to use the driveway and reverse engineer where it was going to be, given that the setback wasn't possible. Anyways, I just wanted to remark on that. What a interesting world we live in.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
I just have a couple of questions. First of all, the discussion that we had seemed to still pin on the appeal, at least that but we blew past that right at the beginning, as far as I can tell. So I want to also not talk about the appeal and ask just a couple of questions of staff. And that is just really directly, do you feel like that the design as it is, I mean, if you didn't have any understanding of what the expectation of development might be, does it cross any lines, or are there going to be any impacts that we are compromising on, coastal act impacts that we're going to be compromising on based on our analysis of what the expectation of development is? And I just want, so can we just start with that? I just want to answer that real specific. And again, I know the appellant had feelings about that, and they had lines and thresholds, but what were our lines and thresholds for, or staff's lines and thresholds on that?
So here the main compromise has to do with the bluff edge setback requirement that is in the LCP. That's something that could not be met in this circumstance. As far as the coastal view impacts, we think that's fully addressed through this project, both from the public vantage points along the road and the sidewalk, and with regard to any views that might be available from the beach itself, which I think are pretty limited. The other issue that we would look at is our coastal hazards. And here we have a fairly stable bluff. We don't have the same kinds of bluff stability and erosion concerns that we often do with development located on bluff-top lots. So we felt that was fully addressed with the location that's being proposed and conditioned.
Just hold on. So what you're saying is that you believe that the setback issue is mitigated by the stability of the slope?
Correct.
Okay. Proceed. Thank you. I just want to clarify.
And then we've mentioned that there's a cultural resources issue. And I don't want to get too specific about that, but we believe that is also fully addressed with this proposal. So those are the main coastal resource issues that we were looking at. Again, we did look at the habitat issue early on, concluded there wasn't a habitat issue to address. Had there been one, that would have been another very significant constraint on this site. But we determined that wasn't that issue.
So then why were we then even discussing the potential for takings if these are all fully mitigated impacts?
Because the home is still being built on the bluff face, which is inconsistent with the LCP. So it all has to do with where the edge of the bluff is, and that a significant proportion of the development is actually on the face of the bluff, which is not allowed under the LCP.
And the expectation is that, or what we're saying is there is an expectation of a certain square foot size of structure based on just kind of its proximity to other structures that are similarly sized?
In this instance, I wouldn't. Sometimes we look at square footage. In this instance, I don't think that was, because this is significantly larger than the surrounding development. It was more what Mr. Schwing was just going through, that once you recognize you need to approve something to avoid a take, we looked at the other coastal resources potentially impacted by this development and believed that with the exception of the building on the bluff face, we were able to address those other coastal resource impacts.
So there was no compromise between what the LCP says and what was being proposed, other than we think it's okay because the slope is stable.
So I think there were, so if, and please correct me if I get this wrong, the LCP does include a policy that requires development to be below the curb line. But we looked at the impacts associated with that and agreed with a compromise that was slightly above, but it still maintains the view corridor. So we felt that that was appropriate. And so there were, I think that's an example of where there was a compromise here with the applicant that addressed the resource concerns, the view concerns, but isn't, is a little bit different than what the LCP would require.
The only thing I would add to that is that the policy does allow for feasibility determination in terms of your ability to site the home below curb height, essentially. And that's where the driveway aspect came into our analysis.
Okay, just one last clarification. So if there were no other residences within half a mile that were greater than 2,500 square feet, just none, this would be an anomaly, would that bluff face determination be different?
Well, the location of the bluff edge would not be different. That's based on the geology of the area, full stop.
Right, but our accommodation to the fact that it doesn't necessarily meet the LCP, like would we be enforcing the LCP criteria more stringently if the other houses around there were smaller?
I don't believe so. I mean, we did look at the string line. That was one of the main focuses, and that does depend on where the development on the surrounding properties exists. So, but I don't think that we were not focused on square footage as Ms. Warren said earlier. And so I think given this, if we would looked at the string line and looked at some of the same things, but if the houses on either side were much smaller, I don't think that would have affected what we approved here. We were focused on the resource.
I appreciate that. I'm just basing that on previous decisions we've made and discussions we've had around these issues. So thank you for for that clarification.
Can I add one thing? Just
Sure.
as there are cases when we have done takings where we do look at the size of the structure, and that often is when we are looking at impacts to particular resources. So ESHA, for example, has been an issue in other cases. And so we are trying to minimize the impact to that resource. And so we would base our recommendation on the size of other structures. We didn't have that issue here because we felt we dealt with the resource issues in the structure that we had worked on with the applicant. Does that make sense? It's sort of a different...
Oh, yeah, because I was reading through this report and I was like, wasn't totally, it seemed opaque to me a little bit, but only because I was looking for something that maybe wasn't there. So I appreciate this discussion. Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
I just wanted to commend staff and the landowner on working through this process in such a comprehensive, common sense, and good faith approach to reaching a place where this home can be built, where the commission is satisfied. It is not often that a takings conclusion is found, and to have an elegant solution like moving to the string line as opposed to strictly enforcing the LCP was fascinating to me to read in the report, but also I don't know, it was heartening in a way as well, particularly also obviously because all the resource issues were covered and taken care of, which allowed it to proceed in a way that just said, how do we get to yes, and how do we move forward all together, and how do we do this in a non-contentious way. And so I'm fully supportive of staff's recommendation as conditioned, and just wanted to commend both sides for getting to a place of yes on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Lopez.
So just a question. I typically don't look at projects through a size, more of a lot coverage question. So as we look at this, when I think about impact to resource, I think about runoff off of hardscape, whether it's a roof, a driveway. So in that, was that analyzed in terms of impact to resource potentially from that water moving, where's the water flow, and what is the impact to everything around it?
In terms of water quality effects, is that what you're concerned with?
Right.
Yes.
In terms of surface coverage, right? So you're not going to have as much water actually percolating or staying on site with this new impervious surface, whether it's the rooftop or the concrete on the property. I'm assuming pavers and deck.
Yeah, that is all fully addressed in the conditions of approval. I would just point out, in this circumstance, we have to be careful about how much infiltration we allow in a bluff top situation, because that can contribute to, geologic problems. But so all of that is, addressed in the plan.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that was on the record, and I associate myself with comments of Commissioner Lee in appreciating the approach and finding a pragmatic way forward in a very tough situation.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? All right. In that case, there's a motion, and it's on page 16, at the top of page 16. Would anyone like to move forward with the motion? Give a minute to find it.
All right.
Commissioner Lopez.
I'll do that. So we're looking at...
It's at the top of
I
page...
move that the Commission approve coastal development permit number A5 LGB 24-0018 pursuant to the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Lee. All right, do I need to take a roll call vote on this? No? Commissioner Wilson? No? All right. So is there any objection? Unanimous approval? All right. In that case, the motion is approved. The project is approved. And thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on this item. So that brings us now to 18A. No, that 18A went on to consent, so we're at 19 DDR.
Yes.
You need time to shift around a little?
Did
I miss something?
Getting settled in here.
Yeah,
No,
we're on 19, I believe.
Item 19,
Okay.
The Deputy Director's report for the San Diego Coast District. We're reporting 3 waivers for projects in Solana Beach in San Diego, and 1 permit amendment in San Diego and a permit extension in Encinitas, no known opposition. We're also reporting on an emergency action by State Parks and the Los Penasquitos Lagoon Foundation for the removal of sand obstructing the lagoon outlet, which needed to be opened to avoid biological resource impacts in the lagoon. The work proposed was consistent with prior commission actions and will be covered by the extension of the companion CDP amendment that is included in the Deputy Director's report. And with that, we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers, the amendment, or the extension.
Thank you. Any ex partes? Do 3 or more commissioners object to the adoption of the San Diego DDR, excuse me? All right, seeing none, the Deputy Director's report is adopted, and we'll move on to item 20A, the appeal on Quail Meadows.
Thank you. And there is a staff PowerPoint on this, and Stephanie Leach with our San Diego Coast District Office is doing our presentation today. Go ahead, Steph.
Thank you, Carl. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 20A is an appeal by 2 appellants of a City of Encinitas permit for construction of a new multifamily residential development. Upon review of the appellant's allegations and the city's action under the requirements of the certified LCP, staff is recommending that the Commission find that the appeal raises no substantial issue. Next slide, please. The city's authorization is for construction of a new 448-unit multifamily residential development comprised of 2 4-story residential buildings, repairs to an existing storm drain, and construction of a new roundabout. The project includes 90 affordable units restricted to the low income level. Next slide, please. The project also includes preservation and restoration of native habitat in the northern portion of the site. As can be seen on this slide, the development is concentrated on the southern side of the site, while the northern portion will be restored to coastal sage scrub and existing sensitive vegetation will be preserved in place. Next slide, please. This slide shows the northern portion of the site, including the restoration of coastal sage scrub, which will occur in order to mitigate for impacts to sensitive vegetation associated with the apartment construction to the south. Next slide, please. The original design of the project is shown on the left side of the slide and included buildings across the entire site. Commission staff worked with the applicant to identify on-site resources, and in response, the applicant redesigned the project to concentrate development on the southern half of the site to protect and enhance the stream and riparian vegetation located on the northern portion. Next slide, please. While the entire project is located in the coastal zone, the portion of the project within 100 feet of portions of an on-site stream is within the Commission's appeals jurisdiction and subject to review on substantial issue under Section 13577 of the California Code of Regulations. As shown on this slide, the portion of the exhibit depicted in yellow is within the Commission's appeals area and subject to the Commission's review on substantial issue. The development taking place within the Commission's appeals jurisdiction is repair of an existing drainage pipe and habitat restoration. The roads, streets, buildings, and other development associated with the residential development are not before the Commission on substantial issue. Next slide, please. Sliplining the drainage pipe consists of inserting a new pipe into the existing damaged one via a horizontal approach from outside the 100-foot buffer. There will be no digging or ground disturbance within the stream or its buffers. Because there will not be any adverse impact to the resources, sliplining of the pipe does not present a substantial issue with regards to consistency with the LCP. Next slide, please. As noted, restoration activities will also be taking place on the northern side of the site to mitigate for impacts to sensitive vegetation associated with apartment construction. Within the appealable area, existing sensitive vegetation and riparian vegetation will be preserved, while the areas within the 100-foot buffer will be restored to coastal sage scrub. Next slide, please. The appellants make a number of claims regarding the city's approval. The most significant relate to the scope of the Commission's appeals jurisdiction. Specifically, that the city failed to identify the presence of additional resources on the site, and that therefore the Commission's appeals jurisdiction actually extends further south on the site. They also assert that sensitive species will be harmed by the development across the site. Next slide, please. This slide again shows the area which has been identified as within the Commission's appeals jurisdiction. Depicted here is the on-site stream, which includes a section of stream in solid blue that is daylit, as well as a section of stream in the dashed dark green that is in a pipe. The appealable area is depicted in yellow, while the riparian vegetation, which constitutes significant habitat, is circled in red. The appellants claim that there are also wetlands on the site, as well as the stream. Next slide, please. Section 13577 of the Commission regulations defines the Commission's appeals jurisdiction, which includes the area 100 feet landward from the bank of a stream. In reviewing the appellant's claims, the Commission's ecology and mapping teams carefully and extensively evaluated the biological resources and the drainage channel that crosses the site. Staff agrees that a natural stream does run through the site. However, for purposes of determining appeals jurisdiction, Section 13577 specifically excludes channelized streams not having significant habitat value. Next slide, please. Going back to this exhibit again, the red outlined areas at the northern portion of the site include 2 large willows near the center of the site and southern willow scrub in the northeast portion of the site. This vegetation provides significant habitat value by supporting riparian-associated birds, trapping sediment, and dissipating flows. Thus, this portion of the stream has significant habitat value. In contrast, as the watercourse flows south, the area becomes highly disturbed and does not contain significant habitat value. The appellants also contend there are 2 additional areas that should be considered wetlands based on the vegetation observed. However, the Commission's ecology staff has reviewed the claims and determined the areas do not meet the criteria for wetlands. Thus, the appeals area is limited to the yellow area shown here, and the development occurring in this area is the slip lining repair of the pipe and habitat restoration. Next slide, please. The appellants further allege that several sensitive species have been detected in or adjacent to the project site, and that the applicant has not completed the necessary focus surveys to document the presence of all of them. Based on the surveys that have been completed by the applicant, some sensitive species have been identified on the site, including the federally listed coastal California gnatcatcher. However, there will be no impacts to sensitive species resulting from the work in the appeals area. The approved development in this area adds to and enhances the habitat that special status species rely on for foraging and breeding opportunities. Conditions have been included in the city's approval to ensure sensitive bird species will be protected during construction, both during and after the nesting season. Thus, the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. Shown here is one of the willows growing on the northern portion of the site, and which the Commission's ecologist has determined to be significant habitat. Another contention from the appellants raises the concern that in slip-lining the existing pipe, the hydrology source for 2 wetlands would be eliminated. In reviewing this claim, the Commission's ecologist has determined that these alleged wetland areas are actually riparian vegetation, and the willows associated with these riparian areas have large taproots that will access groundwater throughout the year, rather than rely solely on surface flows of the non-perennial stream. No impacts are anticipated to occur to this vegetation. Therefore, the appellant's contention does not present a substantial issue. Next slide, please. The appellants further allege that the existing pipe and its headwall are unpermitted illegal structures that impede the natural flow of the on-site stream. These allegations are addressed in detail in the addendum to the staff report, but in brief, an allegation of unpermitted development does not form valid grounds for an appeal under Section 30603 of the Coastal Act. Regardless, staff investigated this question. Historic aerial photos and the physical condition of the structures indicate that they have been in place for many decades. Available evidence also shows that the site historically supported agricultural operations prior to and during the period in which these structures appeared to have been constructed and utilized. Although Commission and city staff were unable to locate any coastal development permit or other Commission authorization for the installation of the structures, certain drainage improvements associated with ongoing agricultural uses may have been determined to be exempt from coastal development permit requirements at that time. Given the age of the structures, the historic agricultural use of the site, and based on the information available to it, Commission staff did not review the storm drain and head wall as Coastal Act violations. As noted above, even if staff had been able to conclude unpermitted development took place, the assertion does not form valid legal grounds for an appeal. Next slide, please. Similarly, many of the public comments submitted on this appeal point to issues associated with the residential development, including drainage issues, traffic, and community character. These assertions pertain to components of the project located outside the appeals jurisdiction and are not within the scope of the Commission's appellate review on substantial issue. Therefore, they do not raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. In conclusion, after review of the appeals, Commission staff recommends that the Commission determine that the project raises no substantial issue regarding conformance with the certified LCP and the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. The motion can be found on page 8 of the staff report. There is an addendum to the staff report. Only the applicant, persons who oppose the application before the local government or their representatives, and the local government are qualified to testify. Commission staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Are there ex partes? Commissioner Preciado? Mm-hmm.
They're noted in the record, but I'd like to comment on both of them. I had an ex parte in January along with Councilwoman Vivian Moreno. I'm mad at her, but that's another topic. The nature of our engagement in both instances, or at least in the January meeting, was associated with the value of this project from a housing point of view. And so I understood the project to be over 400 units, and of those, 90 units to be affordable. I had another ex parte last week that is also recorded in the record that was associated with whether or not the 90 units remained in the project as a result of any examination or any review. That was the extent of my review and my interest in the specific project. I of course, recorded it and made both available to the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, seeing no other ex partes, I will open the public hearing. And looks like we have some folks in the room. And who have we got in terms of the appellant? And are they online or here? They appear to be in the room.
We've got Doug Karstens available on
online.
Zoom. Yep.
Okay, ma'am, are you one of the appellants?
Representing the appellant.
Yes, I'm one of the appellants, but all of our time is being given to the other appellant's attorney.
Okay, that's fine. In that case, is he prepared to move forward on Zoom?
He is, yes.
All right, great. Miracle of miracles for this afternoon.
How much time does he need?
Give him 3 minutes.
Mr. Karstens, you've been given 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of Appellant Manolo Turner, we ask that you grant both appeals, find substantial issue, and proceed to de novo hearing. The Coastal Act states that this commission shall hear the appeal unless the appeal presents no substantial issue. So there is a presumption of hearing an appeal, and the applicant bears the burden of proving otherwise, which the applicant has failed to do. The appeals are supported by extensive factual evidence, especially the letters of Hamilton Biological Inc. And these letters include detailed factual analysis and pictures demonstrating the basis for the appeals. The factors supporting substantial issue finding are well supported. The first factor, the degree of factual support for city conclusions, supports substantial issue because factual support for the conclusions of little or no impacts to coastal resources is low and speculative. The existence of unpermitted development in the form of a storm drain and its head wall is undisputed. The Blue Line streambed was buried by this unpermitted development, thus violating the Coastal Act and the California Fish and Game Code, Section 1602. That violation would now be locked into place by the CDP. The staff addendum released on Tuesday asserts that there is no way to tell exactly when the unpermitted development occurred. However, the specific statement of Mr. Jose Calderon narrows it down to 1982 to 1986. There's a lot of speculation in the addendum that the improvements may have been determined to be exempt, but if these structures were permitted or exempted, there would be evidence of that, and it is the applicant's burden to produce that, but their failure to produce it means such evidence does not exist. The unpermitted development creates a well-documented substantial issue. These are violations of Public Resources Code 30251 and 30240. The conclusion that the Blue Line stream was clearly documented on site as low habitat value, except in limited spots, is not factually supported. Pictures in the report, the Hamilton report, show its value as a stream at all parts of the site. The conclusion that the wetlands do not occur except in connection with the stream areas and their 100-foot buffer is not factually supported. The conclusion that the sensitive species which have been documented on site are all migratory or unusual is similarly not factually supported. More detailed focused surveys are needed to establish actual factual evidence. In conclusion, refusing to find a substantial issue in the face of the overwhelming evidence which has been presented to the commission would place the commission in a legally untenable position. We ask that you grant the appeal and proceed to a de novo hearing. I thank you for your attention, and I would be available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Karstens. All right, I'll turn now to the applicant. Come forward and you'll have 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair and Commissioners, I'm Nick Lee, representing Quail Gardens, the applicant for the project. I want to start with a bit of history, just because staff has done a great job with their staff report on identifying why there's no substantial issue. Back in 2018, the city of Encinitas did not have a compliant housing element. They went through steps to get into compliance, and that included upzoning 15 sites through the city. We are one of those 15 sites, and we are a critical site in the city being able to achieve their housing goals as required by their housing element. That was 8 years ago. Since then, we've been working on this project. We've gone through designs and redesigns to work to make it less impactful on the community, but also to make sure it's something that can provide the affordable housing that's so well needed in this area, along with housing in general. We've had several rounds of community outreach. We reduced the height of the project. We reduced the number of units in the project. And at the same time, we increased the number of low-income units from 72 to 90. Most relevant, I think, to this body should be the fact that I think the project is kind of an example in how to do development in this area. We met with the coastal staff, including the planner and ecologist on site. We walked the site, we rolled out plans, we drew lines of where they wanted us to avoid, where we could preserve, and where we could enhance. And then the leftover area, as staff showed, was the southern portion where that was deemed qualified for development. That's the process. Now what the project is. It's 448 homes in the coastal area. Of those, 90 are going to be low income restricted. 90 in a coastal area. I have to imagine you don't see that very often. And so here's one that we are offering this project. We've done a lot of work with staff to get to something that both sides can live with and that we're prepared to go forward with. The record is clear. The project doesn't impact wetlands. There are not unresolved biological questions. It provides much needed drainage infrastructure. There is limited work within the appeal area, just the slip lining of the pipe, and the restoration results in a net improvement to the habitat in the area. In closing, it's taken over a year to get here since the appeal was filed, but I think you see by what staff did in their report that they put that time to use and they kind of looked under every stone and took every issue that was brought up and have a response to it. They understand the site and the issues, and their recommendation reflects as much. We respectfully ask that you follow their recommendation and make a finding of no substantial issue. Thank you, and we're available for comments.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now do we have qualified speakers, those that objected during the, all right, and do we have some in the room?
Yes, we have one speaker in the room, Catherine Campbell.
All right, Ms. Campbell, you'll have 2 minutes. You have to turn on your mic and lower it down. There you go.
My name's Catherine Campbell. I'm a resident of Encinitas, California. As you can see in my pictures, there are multiple developments going on this very corner that will increase our density population to over 5,000 individuals in an already dense populated community. Please note, this is about a 2-mile street ending at Quail Hollow in Saxony, and as well as going into Encinitas Boulevard. This type of development cannot support our efforts as a community simply because there are serious issues with it. Among those issues are the density. Next slide, please. How is a fire truck that is 8 feet wide supposed to get down Quail Gardens during a disaster? Next slide, please. As you can see, there's not room for emergency vehicles to move down this street. Next slide, please. Please stop the Quail Gardens because it's not only something that has major issues with the LCP inconsistencies, there's violations. The density bonus versus density is still an issue. In addition, this is a feeder street that goes between Leucadia Boulevard and Encinitas Boulevard. That being said, it's a known issue to our community. Next slide, please. As you can see, no emergency vehicles will be able to come and get my family out of this. Our neighborhoods are one street in, one street out. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This project has a lot of issues. Next slide, please. We are in fear of our lives. Please do not make us another Palisades. Thank you.
All right, anyone else here in the room?
No more speakers.
No more speakers on Zoom or in the room?
Correct, neither.
Okay. All right, in that case, I'm going to close the public hearing, return to staff, ask if there are any other comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I just wanted to make a few comments on sort of the process that we have in front of us today. And in terms of the procedural framework that we have, as Ms. Leach explained, in our initial staff presentation, several questions were raised by the appellant regarding potential unpermitted development and the appealability of the project. I want to be clear that those issues are not before you today. This hearing is limited to determining whether the appellant's appeal raises a substantial issue. And as outlined in our staff report addendum with regard to the claims of the unpermitted storm drain, staff has not treated the storm drain or the head wall as coastal act violations. And further, even if staff had been able to conclude the unpermitted development took place, the assertion does not form legal grounds for an appeal. Accordingly, we have drawn our conclusions about what is appealable based on known present site conditions. And with respect to appealability questions specifically, Section 13569 of the Commission's regulations provides that when the executive director and the local government are in agreement regarding the appeals area, as we are in this case, the regulation provides that there's no further challenge available on that point. In other words, the appealability determinant is not open for reconsideration in this proceeding. The only matter, again, before you is whether to find substantial issue on the appeal. All of this, of course, doesn't mean we can't answer questions on any of these topics. And we do have our entire staff here today to address any of those, including our San Diego staff, our representative from our ecology unit, and I believe our enforcement staff is available online. So with that, I'll conclude my comments, and I don't see anything further.
All right, let me return to the commission. Are there any questions? Okay, you have a question, Commissioner Lee?
So just to clarify that, Mr. Schwing, that means that the commission's jurisdiction in this matter is solely regarding that 100-foot buffer area around the stream?
Yes, that's correct.
We are not talking about the apartment buildings or the units or any of these other things. The city has adequately addressed all of the other issues surrounding this, and our jurisdiction right now is to determine whether or not there's a substantial issue with the 100-foot area around the stream.
That's correct, yes.
If that's the case, I'm supportive of staff's recommendation.
Thanks so much. And I think it would be worth, given the testimony here, or the questions and issues raised with regard to the traffic, that staff clarify that that is not the issue that's before us today. If possible, please.
Sure. So I just will note that the site is located approximately 1.5 miles east of the ocean and the nearest public beach. Again, this is located outside of our appeals jurisdiction, so we don't have a thorough analysis within the staff report. But yeah, so we didn't believe that there would be public access impacts to the coast.
Thanks so much. And it's not our, just to clarify, Mr. Schwing, is it a Coastal Act issue regarding emergency access and that sort of thing to this site?
Emergency access and traffic generally, those aren't issues that we would tackle unless there's some relationship to a Coastal Act issue.
Right. Which there isn't here.
Which we have not identified, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion, which is on page.
I'm happy to make the motion.
Good, thank you, page 8.
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-6-ENC-25-005 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson and a second by Commissioner Kelly, and I would ask if there is an agreement for unanimous approval of the motion. All right, seeing no objection, the motion is approved. No substantial issue is found, and that concludes the hearing on this item. Move on to our next item, item 21.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Yes, that does take us down to item 21A, which is the Martinez application. And there is a staff PowerPoint on this item, if we could bring that up. And Chelsea Jander with our San Diego Coast District office is going to do that presentation. Chelsea, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Carl, and good afternoon, commissioners. Item 21A, Coastal Development Permit number 6-26-0025, is a request by Jose Martinez to receive after-the-fact approval for an ADU conversion project. Staff is recommending approval of the project as conditioned. The applicant is in agreement with the special conditions described in the staff report. There is an addendum for this item which responds to a letter of opposition to the proposed project, and which staff will also address in this presentation. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the east side of 9th Street in the city of Imperial Beach. The proposed project is sited with a single-family residence, which was permitted by the Coastal Commission in 2016, and is located in a low-lying area near the southern shoreline of the San Diego Bay. Next slide, please. The project includes the after-the-fact conversion of a detached garage with a second-floor den into an approximately 1,154 square foot accessory dwelling unit. As proposed, the project would result in a total of 1 detached ADU, increasing the housing units on the site from 1 to 2. Next slide, please. The primary Coastal Act issue raised by this project is addressing coastal hazards, in particular sea level rise. Staff analysis suggests that the site could experience flooding over the anticipated lifespan of the structure. However, there are several mitigating factors to the risk posed by sea level rise to the proposed ADU. These include the distance of the site from San Diego Bay, and in fact, the subject site generally sits above base flood elevation. More generally, the site is located in an established neighborhood with many residences vulnerable to future flooding and sea level rise. And the city of Imperial Beach is currently in the design and permitting phase for a climate adaptation project that would retrofit the Bayshore Bikeway, highlighted in purple on this slide. The Bayshore Bikeway Resiliency Project is anticipated to enhance flood protection of the bikeway and adjacent neighborhood and alleviate some of the coastal hazard risks at a regional and neighborhood level, which benefits the subject site. Nevertheless, because the proposed site may still be exposed to coastal hazards over the anticipated lifespan of the structure, Commission staff are recommending several special conditions to reduce risk to coastal hazards and future sea level rise flooding, including an assumption of risk, a waiver of future shoreline protection, and notification to future occupants that the ADU is located in a low-lying area. As noted before, the applicant is in agreement with all the special conditions. Next slide, please. Commission staff received a public comment letter in opposition to the project that claims that the removal of 3 enclosed parking spaces will impact the availability of on-street parking utilized by residents and coastal visitors. However, the proposed project meets all parking requirements. For the main residence, this includes a 2-car garage attached to the main house, highlighted here in purple. For the proposed ADU, no parking is required because the site is located within a half-mile of the closest major transit stop, and therefore, according to state ADU law, no parking minimums can be imposed. In addition to the attached garage that fulfills the site's parking requirement, the site has 4 uncovered parking spaces in the rear yard with access to the alley and the proposed ADU, and there are at least 2 parking spaces on the driveway of the main house. These 6 spaces are highlighted in orange on this slide. This results in a total of 8 off-street parking spaces for the main single-family residence and proposed ADU. Finally, to address the letter's claim, .3 miles walking distance from the beach and 0.3 miles walking distance from the closest Bayshore Bikeway access point. And street parking is available much closer to these access points. Given the distance of the site from the shoreline and the abundant parking on the site, the proposed ADU won't have an adverse impact on public access, and we believe the concerns in the letter have been addressed. Next slide, please. As conditioned, the proposed project is consistent with the applicable Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the coastal development permit subject to the special conditions outlined in the staff report. The motion and resolution begin on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Jander. All right, we'll open the public hearing, ask how many speakers we have.
We have 2, 1 in person, 1 on Zoom.
All right, is one of them the applicant?
No.
Do we have an applicant available, or?
Is David George the applicant?
It looks like the applicant is Jose Martinez. It's just a weird Zoom.
David George apparently is the agent for this project,
for...
but I think was supposed to be in person, and I don't believe is here.
Yes, we've got him on Zoom. David George is on Zoom.
All right, let's bring him in. Okay. 2 minutes or?
All right, Mr. George, are you available?
I am.
Please go ahead. You have
Hi,
2
Mr.
minutes.
George. How much time do you need?
I don't really need any time. I'm only available for questions.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. All right,
Yep.
Any other speakers?
We have Kelly Konezny available on Zoom.
Okay.
She's not on Zoom. Sorry, she is actually not here. So that's everyone.
All right. So in that case, if we have no further speakers, I imagine there's not much for staff to say.
Nothing further.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for any questions. I don't believe I asked if there were any ex partes on this. Right. Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions, or comments, or motion. And the motion is on page 4. Don't all speak at once, though. Page 4.
I move that the commission approve coastal development permit 6-26-0025 pursuant to staff recommendation and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kelly, second by Commissioner Notoff. Any opposition to unanimous approval? All right, seeing none, the motion is approved and the project is approved. And that is the final topic for today. So we're going to move to closed session. I want to thank everyone, and particularly the staff, for such an excellent job this afternoon. And AGP, thanks you guys. Okay, we're going to go to a next room.